I'm back. Sorry guys, I was sick. It's been 1 week I didn't stream. I was sick. I was so sick. I was sick like, I don't know, you can watch my last live stream. I was starting to get sick there and I got sick like really badly. And now I'm full shape again. So I didn't really work a lot of everything. I was doing the quest system last time we stream, and that's it pretty much. I'm just gonna continue, but yeah, I'm working on the quest stuff. The quest step 1, 2, 3, 4, and you complete the quest. It's pretty basic. But yeah, people was wondering what's going on and why I stopped streaming and stuff. I'm there. I was sick. Sorry about that. Well, it happened. It have to happen, and now it's done. So I'm full shape. Look. Ugh. Okay, so let's start this. We're gonna be another full day of Secret of Mana Godot game. For the pleasure of everyone. Yay. I'm back. Okay, so today we're gonna continue the quest stuff. Let's take a look at what it looked like. I don't even remember. So if I press P, long quests and short quests. Look, not bad. That's not bad. Maybe we need a complete, like a complete text here, but yeah, I think we can move on with this. Everything is working too. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's move on. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't even remember where's the video I was following. Let me check this. I was. I was on which video I was? That's the big question. That's the big question. YouTube. Michael video. Michael Godot. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna do. I'm at you see, I'm still like after 1 week, but it's very low, so I don't know what I got. Okay, so quest 2, part 1, part 2, part 3, I think, right? Check this.
Dans votre vie, il n'y a pas de petits projets.
So this is part 2. Let me check.
We're going to continue building on our quest system. We're going to add, in addition to the quest manager we built last time, we're going to add new UI to our pause screen, and who are completed, and then just plug in our sort as well. All right, so there we have.
Okay, so I'm at part 3 actually. I just checked. I'm quest part 3. There we go.
In today's video, we're going to continue to add to our quest system by creating a new quest advanced trigger node. And this node's going to allow us to drop it into scenes.
A trigger node.
And integrate it with things like the triggers or the dialogue on this NPC here so that we can give quests and advance quests on our player.
Let's go.
Hi, my name is Michael. Welcome to my 2D action and adventure RPG tutorial series. Follow along and learn how to create your own ARPG in Godot 4 using GD script. Okay, so what we've built recently is we built our...
Okay, let me open the get up. Okay, now I'm ready. Okay, now I'm ready. So
Quest manager, as you can
let's
see
listen,
here,
Michael.
it's checked off. We built the Quest UI. And now what I want to do is build the Quest progression nodes, or really it's just a single node that's going to be pretty powerful. So we'll call this our Quest advanced trigger. And we're going to work through how to build this, how it works, how to connect it to other things. And we'll also do a little bit of work that's needed to be able to connect it to our dialogue system pretty quickly and easily. And once we get to that point, we'll be ready for the next step. Stay tuned, because we also fix a critical bug to the Quest Manager system within this video related to how we're saving the names of our quest. So make sure you catch that in there as well.
Okay.
All right, let's begin by just setting up some of the files that we're going to need to make this happen.
What we need.
So first things first, let's find the quests folder. And inside the quest folder, we previously, when we built the Quest Manager system, we created a folder for these utility nodes, and this is the folder where we're going to place things. So and I want to create a new folder in here real quick, just for the icons that we're going to need. And go ahead and open that up, and I'm going to open this in my file manager. Okay. Then go ahead and open up the zip file where you've extracted, or the file where you've extracted the Quest zip file. And we have two little icons, Quest Advance and Quest Switch. Go ahead and just grab those.
Quest Advance and Quest Switch. Okay. Let me check this. It's in the Michael stuff, actually. Quest Advance and Quest Switch. I'm gonna get the remove icon too. Okay. So open and pasta. Okay, let's go.
Them in there, and we're going to use those for these quest related nodes. Now, in order to make these quest nodes that we're going to make, both for the node that advances a quest and for the one that acts as a switch or a trigger when we've completed quest steps, they're both going to inherit from or extend a script that we're going to call quest node. So let's create this new script, call it quest node, not bode, quest node. Okay, and let's open this up.
Quest.
And what we're going to do is we're going to just build this script out a little bit and talk about what it will allow us to do, and then we'll apply it to the other nodes that we're going to be creating. So this should be a tool script, because it's going to be used to do some things in the editor, and we want to give it a class name so that it's easy to extend from. So this will be called quest node. And extending node, let's make it extend to node 2D. And let's give it 3 export variables. These export variables are going to be, we want a variable so that we can tie a quest to it, and we'll call this our linked quest. We also want a variable that tells this quest node which step of the quest it's related to, and then another one to track whether or not the quest complete is important to this node.
Okay.
And so if I spelled export right, then we could come over here and export that first one. So we'll get our linked quest, and this will be a type quest. And by default, we can set this to null. And we also want a setter function.
So we're building a tool. So a tools is like it's like a thing in Godot. You can like make stuff in Godot. That's what we're doing right now about quests. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but let's follow the tutorial. But we'll see.
Okay, and let's go ahead and
it's not in game. It's in Godot.
So we don't have an error. So func.
So I'm not sure.
Set quest.
I work for a company in IT.
Oh my God! There's add. My add block doesn't work.
And this set quest function needs to accept an argument, obviously, so that we can call it. We can just call it _v for value, and this will be of type quest. Okay?
Okay.
The next export variable we want that we mentioned was the quest step. And as I was saying, this is just a reference to the step that this quest node is related to or tied to.
Oh, yeah.
And actually, we're not going to make it a string. We're going to make it an integer. We can default it to 0. And we also want a setter function. So when we set it, we'll call set step. Okay. So let's create that function as well. Think. And once again, this will pass in or accept a value that would be an integer. And let's see, our next export variable will be called quest complete. And this is a Boolean. We'll set it to false by default. And this will also have a setter function that we will call, we'll just call it set complete. And of course, this also accepts an argument of type Boolean. So there we go. We've got our variables set up as well as some setter functions that correspond with each of those. And we'll build those out shortly. And so what we're going to be building here is, you can see this little setting summary section. This is editable, but we're actually not going to really want to edit this. This is just going to show us what this quest would do. So for example, when we change the step, then it updates the step that this is related to. Okay.
Where this is.
And likewise, if we check for this complete, it changes that we're checking for completed is true or false. We're going to build this little informational bit here in our inspector by just kind of writing some stuff in this script. So as we start building this, you know, one thing to keep in mind, and I'm not going to do it here because it's more advanced, but we could make a plugin that'll clue you. Both want to know what step actually.
I'm skipping a little bit.
The linked quest. Okay. See what it does. So function. We'll call it update summary. Okay. So again, going back to that example, the update summary is going to update this little section in here. All right. Based on all the values that we've been setting in our other areas. So here's what.
Yo, Victor Francis, thank you for that.
It's actually, I mean, it's quite simple because really we just have one string that we need to update. It's this multi-line setting summary.
Thank you, Victor.
And so what we can do is we can just simply start by setting summary equals, and then we just want the information. So we can kind of just treat this and type in here whatever we want. And I'm going to type in all caps, update quest. And then we can type in a / and an N. And you see how they gave it a different color? That's going to, we'll say, in fact, both of them /
I'm skipping a little bit.
Convert to a string our Boolean value of quest complete. All right. So there we go. If we save this, and I'm looking at my scene with all these guys on here, I'm going to go ahead and just drop in any random node.
Wait, let me try. So let's open with the NPC. Let's open 0. No. Playground. Yeah, there's NPC there. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to create a new one so that I'm not messing with anything existing. So drop in a node 2D, and let me just put this quest node script on it. So here we go. We've got a quest node script. You can see in the inspector now we've got the quest node, linked quest, step, complete, and the information only. Let's go ahead and
I don't have it.
One of our quests.
Because he put the script.
And
okay, 1 second.
Summary.
So I need to put the script in there. The script name was quest node. Oh, so you have link quest, quest step, and quest complete. And summary. Okay.
Is not updating. So, well, these things are here, but something's wrong. Let's check our.
What's recovery loss? Recovery loss flute. Oh, that's cool. Open. Ah, look at this. So I create the quest. I select the quest, and I have step. Find the magical flute, return the magical flute to Bob. Quest complete. That's pretty cool, actually.
Our script.
Okay.
I know it's wrong. We never call our update summary, so let's go ahead and copy that function name, and everywhere where we have the comment, you know, quest step 0, it's no step selected. If we go up, step 1, find the magical flute. 2, return magical flute to Nero. Right? And those are the only steps we've got here. On to the next step. All right. So once
cool.
we have this in place, what we're really going to use this for, right, like we've been talking about, is creating some quest nodes that we can use for various purposes. So let's start with the first one, which I'm going to make a new scene in here. And the first one that I'd like to make and work on is our quest advance trigger, is what we're going to call it.
Quest advance trigger.
So this quest advance trigger, what it's going to do is it's going to be a
Quest advance trigger. Okay, what's that?
node that we can use and we can place in the world, and we'll tie it to signals, whether it signals that come from the parent node, right? So for
Yo,
example, in our
Cadavra
dialogue system,
23,
we can
hi,
swap
hey,
one
what's
of
up?
these as a child and connect it to a signal in the dialogue, and whenever we get that signal, then we can trigger this quest to advance. And we also have to be careful that we only advance the quest, you know, if we've got the right information. And we'll use our quest manager update quest function to advance it. And so it should be actually fairly straightforward to build this quest advance trigger node.
Okay.
And so let's start by adding and attaching a script.
How
to
are
it
you?
Here.
Well, I'm better. I was sick for
And
1 week and I'm back. I'm still a little
This
bit, but
script should
it's
be a
nothing.
tool
I'm
because we're
very
gonna-
full shape.
Because we're going to extend our quest,
Wait, what he did?
attaching a script to it here.
I missed the part.
Also has to be a tool for that to work.
Wait, he had
And
what?
our
He
Update
had the...
quest function to advance it, and so it should be actually fairly straightforward to build this quest advance
Yeah, I was sick for 1 week and I didn't stream anything. So people was wondering what's going on, but well, yeah, I was sick.
trigger.
I'm good
node.
now.
And so let's start by adding and attaching a script to it here. And this script should be a tool because we're going to extend our quest node. This also has to be a tool for that to work. And I'd also like to give this an icon because I want this to
Yeah, it's me. I'm watching a video. Yeah, sorry.
be easily
I'm watching. Well, I'm doing a tutorial right now, so it's kind of annoying, but yeah. So quest advent trigger. Let me get this. Yeah, I'm doing a tutorial. Look, this guy's here. He's talking. Yeah. Quest advent trigger. All right, let me get this. Quest advent trigger. Quest advent trigger. Quest advent trigger. Script. There we go. I'm gonna copy this. And let's make the thing.
distinguished in the scene tree. And so
I'm
let's
from
just open
Italy,
our
sorry
icon
for my
folder,
English. I'm
and
starting
request
studying
advanced
Godot.
icon that we can use
Studying Godot?
there. Drop that
Damn.
in, and then let's give it a
Okay.
class name. Whoop.
What do you mean
And we'll call this
studying?
quest advanced trigger. Okay, and instead of extending node 2D, like I mentioned before, this will extend quest node. And then what this does is I'm going to go ahead and save this. Even without doing any code on this quest advanced trigger, you can see that it now has a linked quest setting, quest step, and all of that stuff, as well as a setting summary. That's
So
gonna
what do you
work.
mean by studying Godot? What would that mean actually? Like you learning how to everything? I'm following some tutorial. I want to develop. Yeah, well, me too. I'm following. Yeah, me too. I'm learning Godot. Yeah, so I guess I studying Godot as well. Yeah. The programming language. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm newbie too. Yeah. Welcome to my channel. I think you are at the good place because I'm learning too as well. So every live streaming I'm doing, I'm learning, and I'm, there's one guy that told me one day that he's gonna like play back my video because he remember I did some stuff and he want to do it too. And I was like, that's the perfect channel for it. Like that's why I'm making this channel, because I'm learning Godot and I'm making a game, and a lot of people want to do the same thing. And sometimes, you know, you like, thanks for the follow. And sometimes you're like, oh, I remember eGod123 one day was doing a boss fight, and he was doing something with the special effect, and you can check my video back and like, oh yeah, you see, you know. So like that's why I made this channel mostly. So even people like can, the best thing is you making you a little game and you put my stream on the other monitor, and that's good. That's good. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue.
Okay. Let's go ahead and begin by setting up.
So I'm making a
talking
quest
about the
system.
functions that we're
It's very
going to have
interesting.
in this script. So we're going to utilize a ready function. Okay. We're going to have a function that we just call advanced quest, because that's the sole purpose of this node, right? That's really all it's for.
An advanced
That
quest.
will return void. And then that's it. Those are all the functions we need in this advanced quest script. Let's start with the ready function. Just do one thing in here. So I want to do, remember when we create tool scripts, sometimes we want
We're making tool scripts. So,
within the ready
so if you
function.
want to know Kedavra23, what is a tool script? It's not like a normal script. It's a way to improve Godot, because you can improve the editor of Godot by making tool script, which is gonna help like to create UI like this with quests and stuff. It's very interesting. There's a lot of things you can do. We can improve Godot as well. You don't have it doesn't. It's not related to the game, but it's improved to the editor.
So let's just add if engine dot is editor hint, then return,
pretty interesting.
because we don't want to run the script in here. Okay, and then we'll do some other work in here. But then let's work on the advanced quest function, because this is the primary function. So like I said, whenever we receive a trigger, we can just call the advanced quest. And we just need to do a check to make sure we have a quest. So let's start with that. If linked quest.
It's advanced stuff for me.
Null,
then
then we'll return.
I mean, I'm agree that the tool stuff, it's kind of,
Okay,
I
so
don't
the
really
sanity,
understand,
so-
like, I'm not very understand, like, how, I cannot imagine myself do a tool stuff by myself. I cannot. I don't think I will understand it. So, yeah. But I'm learning. I know what's going on with this, but I don't think I can make it one myself. That's why I'm following that tutorial. But
And then ultimately what we want to do in here is call our quest
I can make a
manager
lot of things myself, but
call
not
the
a
update
tool thing. It's a tool
quest
stuff.
function, right? And as we can see here, the update quest is expecting the title of the quest, the completed step, which is an optional argument, as well as another optional argument is complete, whether or not we are completing the quest as we advance it. Okay. And so we need to determine that information. We can get a lot of
You're a
this
programmer. You
from
do it at Adobe. It's a
choosing from our
hobby.
linked quest. So what
I'm
we
not.
would-
It's not a real job. It's a hobby. I love programming. I love making games, and I'm doing this for years, and it's very nice.
the first variable that we want to determine is the title.
I'm learning
And
a
that's
lot
simple.
every
Because this
day.
title, which is a string, comes from our linked quest directly.
It's
So
not
the
my
linked
real job.
quest
My real job
title.
is I'm a
Okay,
manager.
so we can go ahead and pass that in here, just like that. Now you could alternatively just simply put that variable or that piece of that line of
I
code right here in
manage
place of the title.
employees. I have a
But, I like
lot
how
of
this looks
employees
doing it this
to
way. We
manage,
also need to
and
get
that's
the
enough
step
for me.
if we're going to complete a step. This is also a string, right? This is the step that will go from a not complete to a completed step. And we had that function actually that we created, get step. Even though this function isn't in this file, since we're extending quest node and it does have that function, we can just call it, right? So where is it? Get step right here. So we're just calling this. But we had to take note because this will return either the name of a step that we've selected or a string that's n/a. If we get NA, we don't want to save that.
All right. So yeah,
So
good
let's go to our
study.
quest advanced script.
Thank
And
you
I'm gonna
for
close a
passing
couple of
by.
these
By the
'cause
way,
I didn't plan ahead for that. Okay.
thank you for the follow as well.
So let's just do a quick check here. If step, right, equals n/a. Oh, I didn't put quotes on that.
So he's back there.
Then we want to treat it differently. We'll just convert that to an empty string, just like that. Okay. So if we go to scene 2 and look at this node 2D, let me go ahead and actually just delete that.
Okay.
Okay. So we can come, in fact, just to make it really simple, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add one of those pressure plates from the dungeon. Okay, because this is super simple and obvious. Let's look at the pressure plate. It has a signal called activated every time it's pressed and deactivated when it's released. So we can connect to the activated signal on the pressure plate, right? So if I come in here and add as a child,
Where is the pressure plate?
Shift Control A, and I type in quest, advance, trigger, okay? Take note that the icon's not there. We're gonna have to reload the project for the little icon to show up, so we'll do that in a second. But if I want this pressure plate to trigger this, and let's go ahead and configure this.
1 second.
Every time it's pressed and deactivated when it's released. So we can connect
So I
to the
put the
activated
pressure
signal on the pressure plate,
plate.
right? So if I come in here and add as a child, Shift Control A, and I type in quest, advance, trigger, okay? Take note that the icon's not there. We're gonna have to reload the project for the little icon to show up, so we'll do that in a second. But if I want this pressure plate to trigger this, and let's go ahead and configure this quest advanced node so that it actually does something. Let's quick load. Let's say that this is going to just give us short quest, okay? It's not going to give us a step or quest complete, right?
Short
We'll just leave those
quest.
off. So all it's going to do is give us the quest.
Okay.
Then what we could do here is we could come to our pressure plate, and if you look under the node tab, we've used these signals maybe once before. I don't love them, but you can see that activated signals right here.
Okay.
So if we right click that, or what do we do? Double click that, then we can select what we want to connect it to. And if we come down to our quest advanced trigger,
Okay.
we can click this pick, and it'll let us actually choose one of our functions. So we've got advanced quest. So if I select the advanced quest
1
script,
second.
let's say advanced trigger,
Wait, I messed up. So if we click here, leading to the quest, trigger.
if we right click that, or what do we do? Double click that, then we can select what we want to connect it to. And if we come down to our quest advanced trigger, we can click this pick, and it'll let us actually choose one of our functions. So we've got advanced quest.
Okay.
So if I select the advanced quest script, say OK,
Okay.
and hit connect,
Connect.
boom, boom, boom. There we go. So we've got this. And let's go ahead and in our advanced quest, you can see it got this little green arrow to indicate that it's been connected to by a signal from another node. I'm going to go ahead and just print here,
Okay.
make a little message so that we know that this happened. And we'll just say advanced
So I
quest,
connect advanced
and
quest
then
to
maybe we'll put quest
the
title. All right.
to
So now that
the
this
plate.
is set up, let's go ahead and run this.
Let's save this.
If you hate constantly being sworn.
Okay, let me try to check this out. So if I do this,
Thank you.
yo, thank you for the like, Carlito. Carlito, I'm back. I'm back streaming. I was sick. Can you believe it? I was sick. I was sick. I was sick. Okay, so let's see. Let's see this. So if I check my quests, there's nothing. If I press the plate, there's nothing too. What's the deal? Wait, did I mess up a step?
No quests. For short quest is drag these to the side so it looks a little
Why
bit
the
nicer.
pressure plate doesn't work?
Okay, so this, if we were to take the second pressure plate and come back, and likewise, if we were to duplicate advance, right? And then if we step on this button,
Well, the button doesn't work? Why? Why the button doesn't work? Hello? So why the button doesn't work? Did I miss something? Let me check a button that works then. It's in dungeon 03, I think. This button work. What's the difference? Pressure plate. Okay. Why this one is working then? Let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, my screen is really big, huh? No, there we go. So... Ah, it doesn't work? Huh? Wait, I broke it. I broke. Okay, let's test the other one there. I broke it. I don't know what I did. I broke the plate. Let me check this one. Huh? This one work. Why? The other one doesn't work. What's the deal? Let me try again. I think I broke it. Huh? It's working. Oh, because you have to load the complete thing? Oh. I think that's why. I think that's why. You have to load it completely from the zero. Okay, let me try. Let me try. So I think this is why. Sorry. Huh? It doesn't work. Okay, so if I reload the map. Doesn't work still. What's the problem with this? Is there an error? There's no error. Ah! But why? Why? Why it doesn't work? Pressure plate. Alright, let me put I'm gonna put another plate. Okay, let me see a difference between. I'm gonna add another pressure plate. Number 2. So there's gonna be one there and one there, okay? But this one, I will not connect it. Okay, let me try this. Let me try. Okay, so there's 2 plates. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. So nothing work. Okay. So why the plate on top is working then? It might be something. Something related to my script, I guess. Let me check. See? It's working. Yo, what the hell? Let me check the script. What I did wrong, What I did wrong. What I did wrong, huh? Check the switch, that's you. Well, that's the position of the switch? Oh. Okay. So there is a script for 1, there is a script for 2. Wow. Okay. Check if activate. Well, I changed the script a lot, as you can see. It's not the same thing as the other guys of the tutorial. Because there's one script for one and one script for another. Well. Yeah. Check if activate is activate. Yeah. I mean, I don't care. I can make another script, but it's just... I mean, it's not at the same position anyway. So what is this? Is the rectangle position? Rectangle position switch 1. Okay, so this is like one switch script. Wow. Okay. Alright, let me try to do my own scripting then. Alright, let me try to do it. It's been a long time, but yeah. So what's the name of it? So done 02. So there is a scene for each. Wow, there's a scene for each as well. Okay. Oh wow. That's gonna be complicated, but let's do it. Let's do well, is it just for a demo, or because I don't really want to, you know. Because I can just press P, it's not a problem. Well, let me check the video and let's see when does he's gonna remove this thing, or he's using the switch all the time. Let me check the final version of this. I'm curious.
To my dude here, he's still going to ask me the same question, and I do not want that. And obviously, we need to be able to do other things, like maybe the NPC goes away altogether. Maybe when we come to an area, a door is opened or closed because of a quest status, right? All of these things will be handled with the next node that we're going to create. We'll do that in our next tutorial. So
what he's doing with the switch?
Okay, so let's check it out here. Quests, no quests. Let's talk to Nero. Will you help me retrieve my magical flute? Blah, 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 blah. And I'll say you can count on it. And now when I check my quests, boom,
Okay.
there we go.
But what he's doing with the switch?
Flute. So we've kind of come and implemented all that we need to for this quest advance trigger. The next step, of course, would be to make it so that when a quest advances, things change, right? Because if I come and talk to my
What he's doing with
here,
the switch? Let me
still
see
gonna
what
have
he's
some
doing with the
same
switch.
pressure plate. Let's use long quest because it gives us a little bit more to work with. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to change this from short quest to long quest. And you can see it reset our step, right? Like we want it to. So we have a button that gives us the quest. And then I'm going to duplicate it, drag it over, duplicate it, drag it over. Okay, the second one I'm going to select and say that this completes step 1. The third one I'm going to select it and say it completes step 2.
Okay, so I don't need to make the switch. I don't think I
Let's
need.
try this little test again. So now we should get long quest.
Okay, so I don't need that.
And now we have one step completed. It seems like I have a bug.
Okay,
With the
so it's just doing this for like step 1, 2, 3 example. Okay, I don't need that. I don't need to do that. So I'm not gonna do the pressure plate thing. It's just there's too much work for me because I have a lot of code around it. So I'm just gonna skip that thing and move on. And yeah. So let me just
object for the little icon to show up. So if I select the advanced quest,
I understand
script,
the point. Là.
say OK, and hit connect. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So we've got this. And let's go ahead and in our advanced quest, you can see it got this little green arrow.
You know what I can do? I mean, I understand the point. Là. But yeah, I'm not gonna do it. There's too much code around my pressure plate. And it's not working like he's doing, so.
To indicate that it's been connected to by a signal from another node. Let's go ahead and run this.
So we can just use the key, maybe.
And let's look at our quests. We don't have any quests, right? And then if we step on this button, we should have seen the output, advanced quest, short quest, and then now that quest should also be in our quest display.
So let me test something. If I do this, and I press P, so I have no, well, I didn't remove it, whatever. So if I press this quest and I press P, yeah, I got it. Long quest, short quest. Damn, we don't see the thing, huh? Why is the background like we can see the stuff? One second, let me fix a couple things. Let me fix a couple things. Um, team, no. How can I make this darker? Layout, no. It should be here. We don't see anything in game. It's so bad. V-Bucks, quest item, no. So what is this thing? Trying to font label. Button, font size. Dude. So, I didn't change that before, or I'm confused? Oh, this is the okay, I got it. Label, Shellbug, option, tab. So what's the background? The window. Uh, what's the name of the background? I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT. Honestly, I don't remember. So, I mean, I asked ChatGPT a couple days before about this, how to change the background color of a team. Theme override style. Okay. Style box in panel. Style box flat. In panel. Yeah, I got it. Panel. Okay, it's in panel. Okay, I have it. So what I do with this? Panel. Style box. Yes. New style box. Yes. Got it. This is what I need. Okay. So how this work? Save? Wait, what? Close. How this work actually? Quick load. Button, V-Bucks. Okay. Add. Panel. Add type. Style box. Add. Style. So it's style box flat. Background color. Oh. There we go. Wow. Okay. Save. Okay, that's it. But it doesn't really work, right? Save. Doesn't work or what? Okay, let me save and see. Let me check this. No, doesn't change anything. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. I'm not sure. to understand this. Panel. Not sure to understand that, to be honest, but okay. Because it doesn't change anything, that's why. You know, it seems like it doesn't apply, or I'm not sure. It's very weird. It's very strange. Well. Yeah, I don't know. Can I just add a simple thing there, like a background thing? Can I have just a margin controller then? I don't care. Can I have a margin controller in there? A margin. A container. Yeah, just a container. No, he doesn't like it. A margin. A margin container. Okay. So if I go there. If I go in. Wait. Wait, how do you just like... color rect. What? Tem override style.
Thank you.
Yo, thank you, Jose, for the like. Sucharichiti. You know what I should do? I should put every single one with a background instead of doing this. Like my V-Bucks container. So I have to put new team. Why team? New team. No, quick load. New team. New font? No. Default base. New font file. Yeah, no. New system font. No. Ah, my God. You know, the worst part of this is I did that a couple last week, actually. But I cannot do it again for some reason. Why cannot apply it? What pissed me off the most is like it seems it doesn't apply, or I'm not sure. Panel container. What the hell? Add preview. Panel container. Dude, I'm gonna put this pink. Doesn't work. I don't know why. I put pink and I this one. Let me change the color of this one to red. Doesn't seem to work. That's the worst part of this. Save. Look. Doesn't really work. I mean, hello? Let me save this and we'll see. I put like pink and yellow and red. See? There's nothing. See, it doesn't work. Why? Why doesn't it work? What's the deal with that? I don't get it. I'm missing something, or what I'm doing wrong? What I'm doing wrong? Add preview? What is this? No. What I'm doing wrong? It's all red. Because it's override maybe? To do my control? In the tab container maybe? Ah. Ah. I think that's why. Ah, okay. I I think I understand. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on. Yeah, but can I remove this now? Yeah, panel. Okay. Okay, so my control node. So my tab container is... I see. So my control, my quest. So this is my thing. Wait, it changed. Ah, this work actually. Oh. Ah, this is working. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, so this work, right? If I save, I click play. Yeah. Okay. That thing works. But we just need that part. Ah. Okay. So I can set that this thing working. But now we just need the background. VBox container constant separation. Okay, so how do you add okay, so here, so panel. So what is it again? Panel? Using panel. Okay. Add. No, wait. Add. Panel style. New style box. Empty. No, it's a flat I need. Dude, what the hell is this? Panel. Add, no. Add preview, add. Style. Flat. But it doesn't work in there. That's why I'm wondering. Okay, so let me put orange. I'm wondering why it doesn't work in there, but the other is working. So strange, because it's not the good thing. That's probably why. So it's not the... So it's probably the tab. Ah! So it's the tab. Ah, that's probably why. Yeah, I think that's why. So it's the tab. guess it's the tab container. Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess it's the tab container. Yep. Pink. Save. It's not pink. I'm gonna save this. You see, it doesn't work. It's not pink. Look, it's still not pink. It's not like I want pink, I just want the color change. It's orange and pink now, everywhere. And no. Dude. Man. What is it then? What is this thing? What is this? It's the background, or what is this? That's the button. Option. Label. Tab. Text exit. Is it text exit? I don't know what this is. Dude. This is my button. I got it. The button work. For me, this is the label, but it doesn't seem like it's the label. So if I go to panel, it doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work. It's not the panel. It doesn't change. The color doesn't change. The color doesn't change. What can I say? This is the button. We tried the. We tried everything. The text exit maybe. I don't know. Text exit. Or is the V box? No, it's not the V box. Let me check. V-Bucks container. V-Bucks container. Team. Yeah, with doesn't change anything. V-Bucks container. Doesn't change anything. Okay, so if I use the title label, and I go to well, this is the label, so new team, quick load. Doesn't change anything, you see? It's bullshit. Man, I hate this so much. Oh my god. There's nothing work, actually. Absolutely nothing. Now I'm pissed. Piss me off. It doesn't work. That's why it pissed me off. Maybe it's because of my tab controller. Background color, style panel, skybox flat. Okay. Okay, so that's my skybox. Okay. So that's probably why nothing was working. There we go. Ah. It's because it was a child node. I got it. Got it. Yeah. Ah, here we go. I think it's better now. Let me check in game. Because we didn't say anything in game. It was annoying. Now I see. So now, yeah, well, I mean, we don't see the background, but yeah, okay, I think I understand now what's going on. So, tab container. Okay, let's try this. Ah, not this. See, that's better. But that's better, but the thing is, I think it's the problem is the like we don't see a lot the text. Yeah, I feel it's the color of it, and also I feel like there is a shade thing. What's going on with this? No, it's not perfect, huh? We don't see the thing correctly. Like, what's the text of this? Visibility. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I see now. Yeah, we don't see shit. That's why. So what I can do is font style. Font outline color, yes, but where's the outline? We can actually do this. Hmm. Ah, here we go. Here we go. That's better. Okay. Okay, now it's gonna work better now. Let me tell you, it's gonna be better. It's gonna be better. Quest step item. Step 1. Is this a script? Yes. Yep. Put. Okay, let me try this. Save. I think this should fix a lot of things. Definitively. Let's see. Ah, now we can see. Here we go. See, that's better. That's a lot better, let me tell you. I mean, a lot. It's an improvement, okay? Yeah, I don't like the icon. I think it's too fatty. It's like there is a fade effect on the icon. It's so weird. Yeah, but that's better. Okay. At least we can see something. Okay, that's improvement. All right, let's go back to what we was doing. Because, yeah, I was pissed about this, but I was about the plate thing.
Okay, pretty cool. Works pretty easy. And likewise, if we were to duplicate, short quest is added and the first step is complete. And apparently we found a bug because look, We don't have anything displaying there. So that's something we'll have to deal with. Okay, but we can see how this works. And in fact, if we come in here, I'm going to go ahead and delete the second pressure plate. Let's use long quest because it gives us a little bit more to work with. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to change this from short quest to long quest. And you can see it reset our step, right? Like we want it to. So we have a button that gives us the quest. And then I'm going to duplicate it, drag it over, duplicate it, drag it over. Okay, the second one I'm going to select and say that this completes step 1. The third one I'm going to select it and say it completes step 2. Okay, now let's try this little test again. So now we should get long quest. And now we have one step completed. It seems like I have a bug with the step being marked as completed. Okay. That's what the bug.
Okay, I got it. So if I do my script, if I go to my tests, p-tests, so if I go in Quest UI, Quest Advance, no. Quest item, no. Quest node, no. Quest resource, no. Quest rearm, no. Quest step, no. Quest transition, no. Why is the thing when I test with P? I don't remember. Global Quest Manager. Here we go. So when I press P, What's the thing with quest complete? Okay. Well, let's try to do it without the pressure plate. I don't know, it's gonna be complicated, but...
I guess. Okay. I wonder if what broke. But we can see that that's mostly working, right? Here we go. Yeah, there we go. No quests. I'm going to just make this smaller so I don't have to drag it around. We have this button.
I am Butch Loxon.
Find update quest details. Okay, in here, for step in queue.steps, let's check this. Save that. Go back over the game.
Quest UI.
Iterating over steps. Yeah. Got that. So the new step is going to equal one of those. If step is complete equals, or this step is complete equals false, then if the title is not found. This is the problem here. We added that to lower, but I think what we should do is save the completed step dot
quests
to lowercase, just like that, and save it. And I'm going to go ahead and run the game again. And what this should do is, you know, when we save our quest data, the step name should get converted to all lowercase. It's hit P. No, it didn't. It didn't seem to do that.
Well, you know what we can do? I'm just thinking about this. We can do this, but we can make it like in the other zone with the pressure plate that is actually working. You know? Right? Because it's working in the under zone, right? So I mean, if I go to... What's the name of it? Done 03? Yeah, we can actually do it with this thing. When we testing. Let me try. I mean, because this pressure plate work, it doesn't work. What the hell? Did I already broke it or what's going on? Did I broke it? What the hell is this? I feel like I broke something. Ah. Try something. Is it the same thing with the other one? There's a bug. What? There's a bug with the pressure plate. I'm not joking. Is it the same with the other one? Let me check the other one. I think it's level 4. It's not 04. 02. Maybe it's this one. Eh? There's a bug. I didn't know, but it doesn't load if you don't load the zone. Ready. Ready. What? I didn't know that. I'm gonna reload everything. I feel like it's gonna be a big mess. Oh my god. I try to open the utility quest. Yeah, so icon quest advance one PNG. 1 second. Copy pass. Okay. Quest advance when PNG. Okay. Ah, it's because of this. Okay. Let me try to load it again. I think it's gonna be fixed now. Here we go. It's fixed. Okay. Well, I fixed one thing. Okay, so if we go back to this and okay, so imagine I want to add a pressure plate. It bug or what's going on? Yeah, bug. Again. I think if I don't load the pressure plate from the beginning, it's not gonna work. Or it's just not gonna work at all. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna work anyway. So yeah, let's not use the pressure plate. It's too complicated. Alright, so can we do the video without the pressure plate?
If quest index is -1. Oh, linking the signals this way. And, you know, I don't know if developers are of Godot in general listening. I just don't like it because it's kind of hidden. it does show the little signal over here, which is nice. And so maybe actually I'm just kind of being weird. But what I would like to do, I'm going to add this. You could, with what we're going to do here, you could still use this old method, but I'm going to go back into the Quest Advanced trigger script, and we're going to add something. And what I want to add to this Quest Advanced trigger is, let's add an export category, so I can make a little section for this here. What we're going to do is have a way to connect to a parent node's signal just by providing the name. So parent signal connection is the label I'm going to give this, and we'll name, but it's pretty the string name of a signal, and then include the callable or anything like that, right? So the signal name that we'll use is obviously signal name. The NPC, the little dial. Still got the quest.
Okay.
I still completed a step. And then that one didn't work. Okay. But now you can see that for some cases, this is going to be a preferable way for some of you. So if you like this methodology of connecting to a signal, then by all means, go ahead and use it. Okay. But if you prefer to use Godot's way of doing it, then you can do that too. Okay. All right. Now, one last thing I want to do with our new Quest Advanced trigger node is I want to add a visual indicator to the level. So like we've done in the past, right? Like with our dialogue system, we give the NPC the little dialogue thing, or even with the pathfinding. I want there to be a visual indicator, you know, on the map when we're editing a level to cue me into, oh, hey, I've got a quest advance here. So this is pretty simple. We're just going to add a sprite 2D to this node. All right. And we can come into our file system and use this quest advance PNG. I'm just going to drag it up and over to the side. Now, the reason I'm going to drag it up and over to the side is because I'm going to add a sprite 2D to this node. All right. And we can come into our file system and use this quest advance PNG. I'm just going to drag it up and over to the side. Now, the reason I'm going to drag it up and over to the side is because the next node that we'll make will be the quest activated switch, right? Which means that it's going to be possible that maybe a single node could have both an advanced trigger as well as one of these activated switches. And so I want it to be able to display both icons like this side by side. So in order to make that happen on this Quest Advanced trigger node, we're going to display the checkbox on the right.
Okay.
Okay, and really that's all we need to do with that. Like if I save and come back to the scene, you'll see, okay, these have that little trigger on there, but obviously we don't want that to show in the game. So just real quick, let's go back over to the scene and go over here. And we can just add one additional line of code into our ready function. And I'm just going to click and drag sprite 2D, and then we can type dot queue free. And then when we run the game, it'll just get rid of that sprite. And there we go. Okay. So there you have it. We've gone ahead and built this real simple quest thing. And let's just test it in one additional way. Let's go back. We've got this dialogue. We've got our guy Nero down here, NPC2. And he's got a question for us. If you recall in the dialogue interaction, we have this dialogue choice. And he says, hey, will you help me retrieve my magical flute from the dark dungeon? And we can tell him yes or no, right? And I'd like to be able to tie into the dialogue system to advance this quest. And the place where we need to do it is within the dialogue branches. Like, if you pick the first branch, that's where you say you can count on it. That's us saying, yeah, we'll take the quest. So once that happens, we should give the player the quest, right? So let's go ahead and add a quest trigger.
Wait. So, where's the thing about the flute? Dialogue interaction. Why did he find it?
And the place where we need to do it is with interaction. We have this dialogue choice. And he says, hey, will you help me retrieve my magical flute from the dark dungeon? And we can tell him yes or no, right? And I'd like to be able to tie into the dialogue system to advance this quest. And the place where we need to do it is within the dialogue branches. Like, if you pick the first branch, that's where you say you can count on it. That's us saying, yeah, we'll take the quest. So once that happens, we should give the player the quest, right? So let's go ahead and add a quest trigger. I'm gonna do Shift Control A.
Shift Control A.
Okay, add a quest advance trigger. Now the problem is the quest advance trigger.
Yo, it's bug.
On this dialogue system, I don't have a signal to connect it to just yet. Okay, let's go ahead and configure it though. Let's give it the quest, because obviously it's the recover lost flute quest, and we won't have any completed steps. We're just going to give it to the player.
Bug.
So that's all we need to do.
That's interesting. So it's an NPC that gives the quest. This is what I want. Let me reload. But this is what I'm looking for, actually. NPC that give the quest. Yes. This is what I want. Yeah. Okay. So in here, dialogue interaction. Dialogue branch. This is where I have to put it? Let me check.
On this dialogue system, I don't have a signal to connect.
The dialogue branch. One second.
Saying, yeah, we'll take the quest. So once that happens, we should give the player the quest, right? So let's go ahead and add.
Interesting. Quest. It's buggy. Every time I do this, it bug. Quest advanced trigger. Yeah. Okay.
A quest trigger. I'm gonna do Shift Control A.
Okay. What do we do with this?
Okay, add a quest advance trigger. Now the problem is the quest advance trigger on this dialogue system, I don't have a signal to connect it to just yet. Okay. Let's go ahead and configure it though. Let's give it the quest, because obviously it's the recover lost flute quest, and we won't have any completed steps. We're just going to give it to the player. So that's all we need to do for that. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be able to go into our dialogue system, and in the simplest way possible, I want to enable a signal so that we know which choice is selected, right? So let's begin by opening our dialogue branch.
Dude, what's going on?
And
it's buggy. Like, I don't see the thing. Okay, but finally. What do we do though?
Simply going to come up to the top here and add a new signal to our dialogue branch, and we'll call it selected. Pretty simple, straightforward, right?
Huh?
I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Then when I
wait, what? Dialogue branch signal selected. Wait, what? Selected.
Come back here and I look at my quest advance, I can type in selected as the signal I'm connecting to. This isn't going to work yet, of course, because that selected signal is never emitted currently. And in order to do that, what we need to do is open our dialogue system script, which, see if I can find that. Should be under globals. Or no, dialogue system. That's one of our GUI things, isn't it? There we go. Dialog system. And then if I open up scripts folder, dialog system. Here we go. Okay. And this is a pretty hefty script, right? So where the heck are we going to do this? The script actually opened to the set dialog choice, which is, for whatever reason, it's the perfect place. Because what happens here is it shows us that we already have a thing, right, for this dialog branches. For each branch, we make a choice, and then when a choice is selected, we connect a signal. The dialog choice selected, and we bind the branch. Okay, the dialog branch.
What? I don't understand.
And then if I open up scripts folder, dialog system. Here we go.
What are we doing?
Here, and I look at my quest advance, I can type in selected as the signal I'm connecting to.
Ah.
This isn't going to work yet, of course, because that selected signal is never emitted currently. And in order to do that, what we need to do is open our dialog system script, which
That's a strange way to do
if I
it.
can find that. Should be under globals. Or no, dialog system. That's one of our GUI things, isn't it? There we go. Dialog system. And then if I open up scripts folder, dialog system. Here we go. Okay. And this is a pretty hefty script, right? So where the heck are we going to do this? The script actually opened to the set dialog choice, which is, for whatever reason, it's the perfect place. Because what happens here is it shows us that we already have a thing, right, for this dialog branches. For each branch, we make a choice, and then when a choice is selected, we connect a signal. The dialog choice selected, and we bind the branch. Okay, the dialog branch, which, if you recall, that's the script we just added a selected signal to. Okay, right, that's a dialog branch.
Okay.
So if we come down here and look at the dialog choice selected, then what we're doing is we're hiding the choice options, and then we're showing the dialogue that this branch contains.
Okay.
And so all we need to do in here actually is on this dialog branch, which is _D, see, we're passing that in. Then we just say dot selected dot emit. So now it should emit that signal only for the choice that is selected. So if this works, we should be able to run this and accept Nero's quest. Okay, so let's check it out here. Quests, no quests. Let's talk to Nero. Will you help me retrieve my magical flute? Blah, 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 blah. And I'll say you can count on it.
Okay, let me try. That's a lot of things. So I should have a quest. My first quest. But that's complicated to do. It's very weird the way he's doing it. Like, seriously. Why just don't use persistent? That's very strange. I will not do it like that. Whatever. Alright. So, if I check my quests, it's empty. So, you think I talk to the guys? Why are you talking to me, Egod123? Did you find the nest? Have you? Yes. Great. Let's go. Move on. Wow, it's working. Sorry. It's working. It's actually working. I have a quest. Look. Whoa. What's going on with the text? The text is outscaling again. We can fix it. It's not really hard to fix, I guess. When I said that, it take me hours to do it. But let's try to do it. So what's going on with the text? Out of the track. Can we just like reduce the V-Bucks or something like that? So it's just the quest stuff? Let me test it. But why it's working in there? Oh no, it's not. Look. It's because of the space. Ah. Recover the magical flute because I lost it. Strange. What's the name, actually? The Lost. It's kind of working, but in game it's not working well. Interesting. Do not skip single line. Skip line with visible. Let me see. Let me check this again. Okay. No quests. Have you find the nest? Nope. I have to set yes. Yes. Oh, look. I think it's because the square is too big. What's the difference between this and this? It's still out of the track. Look, recover the magical flute. I can make the tap large, or I don't care. Well, there's a couple things I can try to do, but I'm not sure which one is the best. Like, can I just enlarge this? It's my tab? What is that? No, it's not. Oh yeah, it's my tab container. Can I make this bigger? I mean larger? This is the child node of transform. Huh, here we go. Size. I can't touch it because it's the child node of this. I can change this actually. What if I do this? Okay, let me try that. Let me try this. Let me try this. Come on. Ah. Oh yeah, it worked now. Ah, it's fit so much better. Look at this. Oh, now it's working. All right, let me try to put this. Wow. Ah, it's good. It's a bit uncentered, isn't it, the box? Bah, a little bit, yeah, but the thing is, there's gonna be a scroll step if it's too large. Ah, I think it's good, man. I think it's good. I like it, I like it. The border. The border? No, I think it's fine. You mean the border here? No, it's good, it's good. Oh, I like it. No, it's good. No, I'm sold. I'm sold. It's good. Okay. Wow, we have a first quest. Alright, let me fix the guys talking. So NPC. I need to change his dialogue a little bit. Dialogue. I just check it in. It's fine. Why are you talking to me, Eagle? One way. Did you find the nest? Did you found my magical flute? Okay. Have you? Dialogue choice. Dialogue choice. Dialogue brand. Text one. Text yes or nope. I will. I will. Nope. No, I don't care. I don't care. Okay. And this will, I will. Text 2. Great, let's go. Go away. Go away. What is two choices? Great, let's go. What? I don't care. What are you waiting for? Okay, let me check this. We have a real crest going on. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. So I'm walking. Oh, I have no quest. Why are you talking to me, Eagle 1, 2, 3? Did you found my magical flute? Have you? I will. I don't care. I will. Great. Let's go. Move. Oh yeah, I said what? Oops. Yeah. So 1 second. Move. Go to the cavern. It's in the cavern. It's in the cave. Vern. It's in the cave. I think it's in the cave. I think it's in the cave. I think no. I think it's in the cave. It's in the cavern. North cavern. Go boy. Oh yeah, I believe it's in the cavern. Good. Right. Let me try this. That's a nice first quest. Alright, let's go. Quest. Nothing. Why are you talking to me, Gun23? Did you found my magical flute? Have you? I don't care. What are you waiting for? No quests. Okay, good, good, good. Why are you talking to me, God123? Did you find my magical flute? Have you? I will. Great, let's go. I believe it's in the cavern. Oh. Quests. Recover the last magical flute. Recover the last magical flute. Bob wants you to bring his flute, his magical flute from the cavern. Find the magical flute. Return the magical flute to Bob. Alright, great. We have a quest. What's now? Okay, so we have the first quest. Oof. Give some context why you should find the flute. Yeah. Don't worry, it's just my first quest. Flute. Listen, like you want the backstory of the flute? I mean, we don't know. But Bob have some memory problem. Okay. Bob have some memory problem. Don't worry. Okay. So what do we do now? So we just done this video. This video is GG. What's next? What is next? Oh no, dude, it's the switch thing. You kidding me? Oh no, I didn't put the switch. It's a full video on Switch, but I don't use the Switch. I think it's stupid. I don't think it's stupid, it's just I don't use it. We should do something different.
Follow along and learn.
Let me
how to
check
create
the
your own
video and
ARPG
see what we
to
can
go
do with
forward
this.
using GD script. Now that we've built our quest progression nodes, that quest advance trigger, today we're going to build the quest dependent nodes, or allow quest dependent nodes to happen.
Quest
And we're gonna
dependent
do that
node.
by building what I'm calling the quest activated switch. And so this node, in similar fashion to our quest advance trigger that we did in the previous video, this node's going to, instead of advancing a quest, it's going to look at the status of a quest and toggle the visibility and activity of its children nodes based on the status of the quest. As we build this next quest-related node, the quest activated switch, let's go ahead and look at our file system and remind ourselves where we left off.
Okay.
So let's see, down here under quests, we've got our utility nodes. This is where our quest advanced trigger is, right, that we built. Now we're going to have a node that's very similar to the quest advanced trigger, but it's going to do quite a bit different code under the hood, okay? So let's create a new node down here, new scene, I should say, and we'll call this one quest activated switch. Okay.
You see.
And I'm going to go ahead and create or attach a script to this as well.
Activated.
And this should be a tool
switch.
script. We want an icon, which is this little question mark.
Huh?
Okay. And then the class
What he
name
did?
is going to be tool script. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and create or attach a script to this as well.
Okay.
And this should be a tool script.
Okay.
We want an
Let me
icon,
get the get up stuff.
which is this little question mark. Okay. And then the class name is going to be quest activated switch, just like that. And it's not going to extend node 2D because just like our quest advanced trigger, this is going to extend the quest node. All right.
Okay.
Now, before we do anything else, I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to reload the project because I want that icon to work. Okay, there we go. Icon works. I'm happy. So, quest activated switch. Now, like I said, this, and as is obvious, right, this extends from quest node, so it's got some similar
Quest
things in here.
switch.
But the quest activated switch is actually quite a bit more complicated than our quest advancing
Ready.
trigger, because we have to deal with more conditions. And we have to do a little bit more work with it, right? I'm also going to change how we update the setting summary in this script. So we're going to override the functionality of that setting summary code that we wrote here in the quest node. If, just as a reminder, if we look down here, update summary. Okay, we've got this nice little function. We're going to do something different here. Where I want to begin with this is I want to make this very explicit, because if we're not careful, this switch could become very cumbersome to use. And in fact, when I was building this, one thing that cost me extra time was debugging and trying to get this thing working. I had an epiphany that I was trying to be a little bit too simple, and that was causing me headaches. And so what we're going to do with this is we're going to make a special enum. An enumerable is, this is just like a type of variable that says you can select from a set of given options. So we're going to call this enumerable the check type, meaning what type of condition are we checking on the quest to determine if this is active or not. So there's going to be a few. There's going to be one that we call has quest. There's going to be another one that's going to be called quest step complete.
Okay.
If a step is complete, so we would pass in a quest and see if it's complete. The next type of check we would do is if we're on the current quest step, which is different than checking if we have completed a step, right? Because this is going to check if we've completed the previous steps. And then we're also going to have one that allows us to just check if the quest has been completed. So those are our types. 4 different types. That means that this
Okay.
node is going to function in 4 different ways depending on which one we pick. And that's why it's a little bit more complicated. But it's not terribly complicated, so just bear with me. Let's go ahead and set up the signals and other variables that we're going to need to make this node work. So we'll have a signal that we're going to call isActivatedChanged. And obviously this is going to emit when the state of this node changes. So if it's tied to a quest and then we check it off and it becomes complete, it will emit this isActivatedChanged signal. And this is going to pass a value of a Boolean, right? Whether it's active or not. We're also going to export a few extra variables here on top of what our quest node exports. So export variable. We need the check type. So like we've defined up this enum up here of the check types, we need to export a variable so that we have the way to select that. So if we say check type is of type check type, like that, then we'll be able to see those in the drop down. And let's go ahead, and if I select this, you can see the check type right here. There we go. So now we can select
As quest,
kind of
quest
check we're doing.
complete, quest
Pretty
on
cool.
current, quest complete.
And I want to go ahead and actually just maybe default this to check type dot has quest. And that's how you use any enumerable. Kind of weird maybe, but
Interesting.
that's how it works, right? The next export variable is going to be a Boolean that we'll call remove when activated. And this is a Boolean, and by default it will be false. So what's going to happen is the default behavior of this script is that it's going to contain some children, right? And in fact, let's go ahead and start setting one of these up over here in O2. I want to come up to these little switches. And how
Not
this
the
is going to work,
switches.
I'm going to add one of these to the scene. So this is the check or the quest activated switch. Okay. So if I were to take this pressure plate 2 and drag it in here, it's now a child of this quest activated switch, right? And so you can see check type has quest. So the goal is if I have the quest, then maybe this button appears, right? Alternatively, you could check this remove when activated, and so then it would show the button and remove it when we have the quest. Okay, so this is essentially toggling the behavior. So the default behavior is to show.
The stupid ad. My ad block doesn't work. YouTube win.
Builder nodes when the quest conditions are met. The alternative behavior is to remove them when those conditions are met. Okay, I hope that's making sense so far. It'll make more sense when we implement it if this is a little confusing now. And then lastly, we're going to export a variable. Because the way this node works is, let's give an example. Let's say you talk with the NPC and you get a quest, and then maybe that NPC is going to vanish from the scene, right? After you've talked to him. But you don't want that to happen as you're talking to him or right after, because that would be weird. You'd want to be able to like leave the scene, and then when you come back the next time, maybe he's gone. And that'll be the default behavior actually for how this node functions, because that's more common or standard way to want to implement this. But sometimes we want to react on the spot, right? So like in the example we're setting up here with these switches, maybe we just want the switch to appear as you're on the level. And in that case, we'll just provide an export variable where you can do that. And so we'll call this react to global signal. It's maybe not the best name because that might not make sense, but it made sense to me. I don't know. Okay. And then we need one more variable that's not an export variable, just is activated, right? Just to track the state of it. Activated, a Boolean, which will equal false by default. So the first thing I'd like to address is, as mentioned, we're going to have a different display in our settings summary. So let's override that function. And if we look at our quest node, the function that we use to set that, right, is this update summary. I'm going to go ahead and just copy the whole function and come over to this guy here. I'm going to put this down. It'll be at the bottom eventually. So we've got our update summary function. We can keep this first line, but the rest is gonna change depending on the type of check that we're doing, right? The check type. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete these lines. So let's do this. So if check type equals check type dot has quest. So if it's this type, then we're going to add a line to our summary, setting summary dot, or not dot, but plus equals. And then here we'll just give a message checking if player has quest. Okay. And then next we'll check L if, let's see, check type is equal to check type dot quest step complete.
I'd always
that.
hate doing
So
quest
we'll do a
stuff
different
in
message here. Setting summary plus
my
equals.
other
And then here we're going to
project.
say
So
checking if player has completed a step,
That's
and then whatever the
why.
number is, right? So we'll do that, and then we'll just say plus get step. And I guess we don't have the number there, but the step name is what we'll display.
the way
We'll
he's
do
making
another
this is
elif
kind of
if check
cool
type
and professional.
equals check type
Because you
dot
can do
on
like
current quest step.
very more simple than this.
So what we're going to add to this string
Way
is
more simple
check
than this.
if on step, and then we can add that get step
Like
name
just
again.
with Boolean and persistent data.
Got a little issue. Put an underline
But,
instead of
the
plus.
way he's making it, it's cool.
And then we'll do another elif check type equals check type dot quest complete, and then here the setting summary will say checking if quest is complete. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to give a different message out there, right? So in order to test this update summary, let's go ahead and go over here to scene 2. If I select this quest activated script here, we don't see anything in the settings summary, but if I select a quest, let's do quick load, and I'll select long quest. There we go. Now I see update quest, quest long quest, checking if player has quest. Now if I change this though, it's not going to update quest step complete. I want it to update when I change the check type, so let's see if we can fix that. Let's go back to the script. And I think what we need to just do is on our check type up here, we'll just put a setter, I guess. Set equals set
Let me check something.
type. And
Let me try
spell that
something.
right and copy, and let's go make that function.
Quest activated.
Okay, so this is obviously going to have a value, which is going to be a check
New quest.
type, right? So we'll set the check
Quick
type
load.
appropriately. So check type
Lost flute.
equals v, and then down here we can just call that update summary.
Size. We already
Okay.
speak 100.
Now hopefully this works. So looking at our scene
That's pretty
here,
cool.
if I change this to quest complete, there we go. Checking if quest is complete. Checking
Wait,
if player has
how you do
completed
that?
step.
Check
And there's
type.
no step there, but if I change
Why I don't
this,
have the check
step
type?
1, step 2, and so to type equals v.
I have quest node. Quest step. I don't have it. It's because I didn't save. I don't have the quest type thing. Quest advanced tracker. Oh, I didn't put the good one. Quest activate switch. Quest activate. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look. But I don't have the icon. 1 second. Let me reload. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Nice. Okay, so check type. Quest. As quest. Select a quest. Quest step complete. On current quest complete. Okay. Remove when activate. Free and remove. Interesting. Okay, so how this work actually?
And then down here, we can just call that update summary. Okay. Now, hopefully this works. So looking at our scene here,
How this work?
if I change this to quest complete, there we go. Checking if quest is complete.
Checking if quest is complete. Ah, because he put this there. Oh. Hmm. Okay. What if I save? Linked quests. Quick load. Wait, do I have to? Oh yeah, I have to link it. Quick load. Lost flute. As quests. Checking if player has complete quests. Checking player is on step. Checking player is complete. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. How this work now?
Checking if player has completed step. And there's no step there. But if I change this, step 1,
Ah. Okay, 1 second. So step complete. Find a magical flute. Return. It's actually working. That's pretty interesting.
and so on.
Okay.
Right? This toggle here is really not needed, the quest complete, just the step, because we have a condition for has quest and is quest complete.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just handle that there. And there we go. That's how we get this kind of set up and ready to use. And then we're ready to start building the rest of the functionality on this guy.
Okay.
Okay, so let's add our ready function because that's a good place to start. And what does it need to do? Let's go ahead and add
Okay.
check in here so that we don't run this in the editor. There we go. So now we're set up to skip the rest of the script or the ready function. So what we need to do is two things. We need to connect to the global signal, but only if the user has checked that react global signal. So we'll just say if react to global signal equals true, then we can connect to that, which is a signal in our quest manager. So quest manager dot quest updated, dot connect, and then obviously we need a function to handle this, so we will call that on quest updated. Okay. Let me copy this little guy, and let's make this function, and we'll build that in just a second. So what we really need to do is get into this check is activated function.
Okay.
And this is where most of the stuff is going to happen in here. So here's what we're going to have to do with this. This is going to be fairly complicated. The first thing that we'll do is we'll get the saved quest. Pretty simple. And so let's go ahead and do that, right? So our quest will be
So he's getting the
dictionary again, because we don't want the resource for this one, because we want to see the saved data, which is in this dictionary of the current quests. So this is equal to quest manager dot find quest. And of course this wants us to pass in a quest, which we do have the linked quest. So we've got that quest resource there. Okay. And if you recall, let's look at this find quest method on the quest manager. If we don't find the quest, then it returns this dictionary where the title of the quest is not found. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and copy that string. Since we're matching a string, it's got to be exact. So let's say if underscore q dot title, title does not equal not found. Right? Because if it does equal not found, then it means we didn't have the quest. And in fact, we can go ahead and handle that. So if it's not found, we'll do the else. Then what we're going to do here is we're going to deactivate it. And let's create this function now too. So we'll use a function for activating or deactivating the quest. We'll call it set is activated. And we'll provide a value of false here. Okay. So the set is activated function, let's make this right down here, and let me give this a pass so that that function is okay. Okay, so our set is activated function is going to take in this value that we give it, which is going to be a Boolean, true or false. And the first thing it will do is it will, default would be to just show true. And since we're going to hide and show in multiple times, we should just create a function for each of those. And I'm going to just paste the code in here and we'll talk about it. Okay, so first function, show children. Now what this function does is it just loops over all the children. It sets visible to true and it sets the process mode to inherit. Okay, this process mode is important because you can hide a children and have scripts running, but we want to treat these as if they're not even here. Okay, and I don't know why those are indented double. That's kind of funny. And then the hide children is similar, except one difference, and that's that we're doing set deferred, but we're setting the same values. So if we're hiding them, then we'll set the visible to false, and we're going to do it set deferred. We'll set the process mode to process mode disabled, and we'll set that deferred. And we're setting these deferred because if we're reacting to a signal and we try and set them in the standard fashion, then we're going to get an error. And what set deferred does is just set it like on the next idle frame. Okay, so now we can just come in here. I already copied my show children function, so I'm just going to come in here and paste that. And then we'll do the same for hide children. Just put it in there where it's appropriate.
It's very complicated.
Then voila.
But, well.
Okay, so now we have a way to activate and update the status. And so how this looks, obviously, is, you know, we've got our pressure plate. If this quest decides it needs to hide it, it'll hide it, and then it can show it as well. And not only will it hide it, but it will deactivate any scripts. So that's going to be really useful to just essentially remove and add things to the scene. So let's go back to our script here. And that's looking pretty good. Okay, so finally back here to this check is activated. Obviously, we just did all that work just for the condition where we want to deactivate things. So there we go. And in fact, we could kind of test this. In some cases it might work, but I think it's more worth it to just continue building this out. Let's start with our first check type, because if you recall, we've got the 4 types. Let's look at them here. Has quest, quest step complete, on current step, on current quest step, or quest complete. So we're going to check a different condition for each of those. So the first one is if check type is has quest. And this one's actually really easy because if we've made it this far, then we already know we have the quest, right? So we already passed the test. We're done. We'll set is activated to true and then call it good, right? Because we have the quest. Now, the next step that we want to check is if the quest is complete. We're doing this in a very specific order that makes the code a little bit more efficient or easy to think about. So if we have the quest, then maybe we just check if it's complete first, right? Let's say we have the quest, but we're not checking to just if we have it. Now let's check if it's complete. I guess I should say it that way. So I hope this is making sense so far, but obviously here we're just checking if that quest step, try and avoid that at all costs. Okay, so there we go. Except now I don't know where I'm at. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now our get step will return a lowercase version of that. That's good. And let's go ahead and test a couple of these before we build the next one. So let's go to 2D. We've only got one of these activated things here, and it's on this second button. They're just kind of out of order. Let's go ahead and it actually, this is kind of going to be annoying to me, so I'm just going to fix this right now. Remember how on our quest trigger we added this sprite 2D? I'm going to copy that.
Yeah.
I'm going to paste it over here. Okay. And I'm going to drag it across on the other side. And then just change the sprite. And real quick, before we test, let's get this Q-free code and bring it over here as well. Okay, there we go. Now I'm ready. Now I feel good. I feel like I can test this. Let's come over here. So, oh, interesting. So when I added this quest activated, you see I added it and then I drug the button inside of it, and so the positions are all off, so that's not working very well. What I'd like to do just to fix that is I'm going to take this pressure plate, I'm going to go to the transform, I'm going to reset it, and then I can take this, whoop. There we go. And we've got the same issue here.
Okay. Let me try. Actually, I know it's not working, but try it. If I do pressure plate where is my pressure plate? Right there. Huh? Wait, what? Why I don't see it? The hell is this? 1 second, let me save. Let me try again. Now it's working. I don't know why. Okay, so what if I do this? Activate switch. Save. Doesn't seem to work. Huh? Well, I don't see the icon. Quest. So quest switch, pressure plate, quest advance. Yeah, I don't see the icon. Well, I mean, I can try to reload, but I can try. Let me try. Nope. I just don't see it. Maybe in game. No, there's like nothing in game. It's hiding. Interesting. Interesting. Is it because I didn't activate it? Step complete. Has quest. Flute. Quest step 1. Advance, recover left suit, size 2. Ah, because I didn't link it. Ah. Okay, how you link again? do this. Pick. That's not how you do. I bug it. Yeah, because I need to link it. I don't remember how you do that. It's in the previous video. Let me check. How do you link again? I'm checking right now. Signal activated in every quest advance. Okay. Activated because it's in my script. Okay. I feel I'm missing a part. How do you link again? I don't remember how you link.
Here is we could come to our pressure plate, and if you look under the node tab, we've used these signals maybe once before. I don't love them, but you can see that activated signals right here. So if we right click that, or what do we do, double click that, then we can select what we want to connect it to. And if we come down to our quest advanced trigger, we can click this pick, and it'll let us actually choose one of our functions. So we've got advanced quest. So if I select the advanced quest script, say OK, and hit connect, boom, 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 There we go. So we've got this. And let's go ahead and in our advanced quest, you can see it got this little green arrow to indicate that it's been connected to by a signal from another node. I'm going to go ahead and just print here. Make a little message so that we know that this happened. And we'll just say advance quest. And then maybe we'll put the quest title. All right. So now that this is set up, let's go ahead and run this. And let's look at our quests. We don't have any quests, right? And then if we step on this button, we should have seen the output, advanced quest, short quest, and then now that quest should also be in our quest display. Yep, there we go.
Let me try, but I don't think it's working with the stupid thing. No, there's nothing also. Why there's nothing? It's hiding or what? No, I don't even see the plate thing. It's so weird. It's a debug. Oh, it's already connected. Okay, I got it. Okay. Because I connected from the other way, from that way. Okay. But still, I don't see the...
Okay, pretty cool. Let's use long quest because it gives us a little bit more to work. Must be somewhere. So this is the problem here. We just developers are of Godot in general listening. I just don't like it because it's kind of hidden to the level. So that we'll make will be the quest activated switch, right? Which means that it's going to be possible that maybe a single node could have. So just real quick, that we'll make will be the quest activated switch,
yeah, but
right?
I don't see it.
Which means that it's going to be possible that maybe a single node could have both an advanced trigger as well as one of these activated switches. And so I want it to be able to display both icons like this side by side. So in order to make that happen on this quest advanced trigger node, we're going to display the checkbox on the right. Okay, and really that's all we need to do with that. Like if I save and come back to the scene, you'll see, okay, these have that little trigger on there. But obviously we don't want that to show in the game. So just real quick, let's go back over to the scene and go over here. And we can just add one additional line of code into our ready function. And I'm just going to click and drag sprite 2D, and then we can type dot queue free. And then when we run the game, it'll just get rid of that sprite.
There.
And there we go. Okay.
But we don't see it.
So there you have it. We've gone ahead and built this real simple quest thing, and let's just test it in one additional way.
What the hell?
Let's go back. We've got this dialogue. We've got our guy Nero down here, NPC2, and he's got a question for us. If you recall in the dialogue interaction, we have this dialogue choice, and he says, "Hey, will you help me retrieve my magical flute from the dark dungeon?" And we can tell him yes or no, right? And I'd like to be able to tie into the dialogue system to advance this quest. And the place where we need to do it is within the dialogue branches. Like, if you pick the first branch, that's where you say you can count on it. That's us
how
saying,
does this,
we'll take
man?
the quest. So once that happens, we should give the player the quest, right? So let's go ahead and add a quest trigger. I'm gonna do Shift Control A.
What is this?
Okay, add a quest.
Doesn't work correctly right now. I hate that stupid thing, man. I don't care about this, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. This thing doesn't work very well. I don't even see the pressure plate in game. Check the switch stats here. Because I'm hiding it. That's probably why. I just can't use the switch plate. I can't. It's just, there's too much code into it. I'm just gonna remove it. That's it. Alright. We need to find another way anyway. I'm gonna save this and I will test everything again if it's working. But let's see. I'm gonna move on. Okay, so let me check again. Quests. I will. Good. Okay, see? Everything it work. Everything work. And I don't need to, there's no error or nothing. Alright, let's just move on.
Box, this is part of our dialogue system for our little guy over here. Let's see, where's that at? Where's our NPC too? Yeah, we've got this guy. Let me just drag this over by him. Okay. Obviously, his little quest thing is right there. So we can see he's got some quest checking stuff to do. Okay, just a little bit of cleanup. So when we look at this check type, let's just say first has quest. So if by default we're checking to see if it has the quest, then this button should appear when we have the quest, which is long quest. And the previous button will give us long quest. So let's run this. I think we might break. No, maybe not. Okay. So that seems like it's working because the button's gone. And then if I press this, well, the button didn't show, but let's leave the screen and come back. There we go. Now that happened because we don't have, remember we've got this react to global signal. Now if I turn that on, let's run and test this again. Now the button should appear as soon as we hit the first button. There we go.
That's cool actually. Interesting.
Now likewise, we could, let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm just going to bring this other pressure plate maybe inside of here and delete this one. And I'm just going to set this transform to 0. Okay, there we go. I think there might actually be a setting to automatically adjust those transforms differently, but so this pressure plate is going to set quest step 2. What we could do, our first thing is checking if we have the quest. Then this next one, we can now check if quest step is complete. And let's just put step 1, right? And we've got reactive global signal on, so it should just happen right away. Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew it was going to break at some point because I recognize that we've got a little issue in here. So let's fix that bug. Oops, I lost the bug. Let's try it again. Let's get that bug. Okay, there we go. Invalid access to property or key title on base object of type nil. So right here, I guess we've got something that doesn't have a linked quest yet. And so we can't update the summary. Let's just do this. Let's say if linked, it's back. Okay, so no quests. Pressing the first one will give me long quest. And so the first button appears. Now the second one, we were checking for step 1, and we can see I've got step 1 complete, and there's our other button. Okay, so we can kind of see how that's working, right? And likewise, if I wanted to take this button, we could make it visible, and then we could remove it when active. So now if I test this scene, then that third button's going to be there until I hit the second button, right? Because as soon as I get step 1, then that button disappears. Okay, so you can kind of see how this is starting to take shape. We just have a little bit more work to do to complete it. All right, so back to our quest activated script. We've handled 3 of the 4 conditions. We haven't really tested the quest complete one, but we will. But let's add the last elif so that we can test against our last type. So this do an else here has, okay. And what we're going to about that -2 and like, well, what are these? And we finished this little thing. So here's how we'll do this. We can check this. Here on our first item, we were saying if we have the quest, do this. And then this last one, we're saying if step is completed, and we were checking the previous one. We could also do on current step. The on current step and step completed are very similar, but I built them both because you'll find that there are situations where it's easier or important to check one and not the other. Okay, so on current quest step, that's the one we just built, right? Let's go ahead and check this. So if we're on quest step 2, then we want to show this maybe. Is that right? Am I making sense? Because this pressure plate is going to complete step 1. Okay, I think that's right. Let's test it. So let's go ahead and get our little thing here. Boink. Quests. Okay. We have our quest. And we're currently on step 1 technically. Ah, there we go. So step 1 is complete. That means we're on step 2. And so the last button has appeared. And I don't know.
I want to see this in a NPC situation, not a Switch situation.
When I hit it, everything disappeared. So what is this doing? That's just completing that step. So actually that works because once that step was no longer there, it disappeared, which is kind of nice, right? So you can have something that only appears if you're in a certain sequence of steps. Okay, so let's just check one more thing. Let's go ahead and provide a way to be able to complete a step, and then we'll know if this is working.
Yes, this is what I'm looking for.
Let me just add one of these quest step things. And where's it at? Up here. Okay, so let's put something in here. Now I don't know what we'll add. Let's add a pot.
Quest activate switch.
Okay, so we've got a pot. And, oh, that's funny. This little
Why I don't see the thing?
Quest icon is behind it. We should probably fix that. I'm gonna have to come in here. I don't know what we'll add. Let's add a pot. Okay, so we've got a pot. And, oh, that's funny. This little quest icon is behind it. We should probably fix that. I'm gonna have to come in here to both of these and fix that real quick. So this sprite, let's give it a ordering z-index of, I don't care. Let's give it a high z-index, 10. So it'll be in front of lots of things. Okay. All right. There we go. So we've got a pot. Let's make this pot only appear when long quest is completed. Which is stupid, but let's do it. We gotta load our quest. Okay.
Why I don't see it?
So now we'll just check if the quest is complete, and if
I don't see the icon. Why? There's so much thing that doesn't work. It pisses me off. Why I don't see my icon? Why I don't see my icon? So why my icon is invisible? Hello? Why it's invisible? Dude. It's crazy. Is it because it's behind? It's not there. It's not even there. I don't even see it. There's nothing. You're kidding me, right? Dude, what the hell is this, man? Seriously. I don't see the icon! I'm gonna reload. Dude, what the hell is going on, dude? Why don't see the icon? Why? Why? Just why? Why don't see it? Look. Look, there's nothing. If node has a node, Q3. Piss me off so much. We don't see it. I don't see the icon. What the hell is this, man? You joking? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's blank. Is that a joke? Have to be a joke, right? Dude, there's nothing. There is nothing. This has to be a bug or something, I'm pretty sure. There's no way. There's no freaking way. Quest, activate switch. And now it worked. I told you it was a bug. Stupid Godot. I told you it was a bug. I told you. It's working now. I told you it was a bug. How many times I told you? How many times I told you it was a bug? Huh? How many times I told you it was a bug? And now it's working. Hmm? 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 Told you. Told you. I told you. I told you. I just told you. That's it. I told you. I found the bug and I fixed it. Yeah. That's it. I have to find it and fix it. This is good. Is it American or Canadian? Minute Maid is Canada, but it's Coca-Cola, so it's more like American. Okay, okay, so let's go, cause this is time to see. This is very small now. Let's make this bigger. Beep, 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 beep. Good. Okay, so what do we do with this now?
Is then here to both of these and fix that real quick. So this sprite.
Okay, so you put a jar. Okay, okay. Let's put a jar down. I put a jar. So what do you do with the jar? You put this on the jar.
Let's give it a ordering z-index of, I don't care. Let's give it a high z-index, 10. So it'll be in front of lots of things. Okay. All right. There we go. So we've got a pot. Let's make this pot only appear when long quest is completed. Which is stupid, but let's do it. We got to load our quest.
Let's try.
Load our quest. Okay. So now we'll just check if the quest is complete, and if it is, then we'll show the pop. Okay, so what we need to do too is, I guess, is take... Okay. So now we'll just check if the quest is complete, and if it is, then we'll show the pop. Okay, so what we need to do too is, I guess, is take one of these test switches, and let's make this one mark the quest as complete. So hopefully this works. So we should see a pot after we run over all the buttons. Uh-oh. Long quest completed. I don't see my little pot. Okay, let's figure that out. Let's figure out why it's not working. Let's try this first. How about react to global signal? I think that was the bug. Well, not a bug. User error. Oh, there's a bug. Yeah, interesting, because sometimes quest complete is false. Right? Okay, let's go ahead and stop this. So I'm not certain if this is a fix, and this is actually not an issue I ran into before. So let's quickly debug this. So what's happening is our quest complete is a Boolean, and this is not supposed to be a Boolean, but if it's set to false, it's just like empty quotes, which if we experience this in our quest manager, if we don't test types directly Boolean to Boolean, then just a quote would evaluate as false. So in other words, if my value equals boom, boom, then we'll update. Not. Our first pressure plate is activating or giving us the long quest. Second pressure plate is only going to show when we have the quest. Third pressure plate is going to show when we're on step 2. And
I don't know why
it's
he's
going
doing
to
the
complete
hiding
quest for us. And then this pot down here should show when the quest is complete. Let's see if we got it all working this time. Nice. Except it's backwards, right? Because we're checking the quest complete. If it meant, you know what? I don't like how that works. I don't want it to look at this value. So I'm going to change it. So probably most of this work, let's see. I don't actually want this. Here's what we're going to check. So we're checking if the quest is complete, and that's all I want to check for. So is complete is false, right? Let's get rid of this piece. And I think that's all we need. Update. So then we'll remove it when the quest is complete. Boink. Cool. Now the fact that when I run back over these buttons that changes the quest status, that's just something you have to be careful of, right? You have to make sure that when you're adding these triggers, you can't override things that you
Like, I need to see it in a real situation.
don't want to. But aside from that minor defect with
Stupid the switch thing. I don't think it's very interesting, to be honest. Okay, so let's check the next video.
When it came time to take things
tutorial series. Follow along and learn how to create your own ARPG quest method. So this, if you recall, this function is just where we can update a quest, and this first branch here where quest index equals -1 is when we don't find the quest in our current quests array, and so we need to add it. And you'll notice something in here. I didn't notice this, and I had a lot of bugs related to this. We're setting is complete to the completed step. This was a bug on my part. I hope a lot of you caught that on your own. I know at least 2 of you did. Mitko and Good Old Howard, 2 of my Patreon members. So this completed step, this should be set to the is complete boolean that we're passing in, like that. Okay, and so that'll avoid and fix a lot of the issues that we were having in our previous tutorials. Okay, and then there was just a second comment given by Mitko 1239. I hate how we have to have those numbers on the end of our name, but you guys love that. He mentioned that there was a function that we built in our quest node, and let me go ahead and pull this up. The quest activated switch, actually. And we have a function that we called get previous step right here. And his comment was that this should probably live in the quest nodes script. So if we look at the quest node, we've got things like get step. And he's right. We could totally put that there. So let's go, if I could find it, back to the activated switch. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just copy this and then comment it out. And let's put it in quest node. And come down here underneath get step. And just paste that in there. Now I think this should work just fine, just with copy and paste. I didn't rehearse this, so let's give it a whirl and see what happens. Okay. So, I mean, if it worked, all these buttons and everything should still work. I can't remember which one of these used it. Probably that last one. Okay. So there we go. So just a quick fix. And then that's nice because now if you make any other quest related nodes, anything else that extends this quest node class, it'll have this get previous step function, which is useful, right? I mean, that's handy for potentially other types of triggers or things that you want to build. Okay.
Blah blah blah
So
blah blah.
this far in the tutorial, we've built these 2 ways to advance and affect things in the world. I'm going to go ahead and delete this commented out piece now that it seems to be working fine. Okay. So everything seems to work good. We've got our quest manager, and now what I want to do is just take this one step further, and I want to add a notification system that can display you know, like a pop-up notification or a toast, as some people call it. That will just notify the player when quests advance or certain quest criteria are met. Okay, that will allow them. That way, they don't have to go back into the menu to see the status of the quests to know if they've advanced it. They'll get notifications. All right.
Okay.
So what we're going to build today is we're going to build this little notifications box that has kind of like a you know, title and a description or message that we can pop up and display to the player. It'll play a little sound effect. And this can be used for things other than the quest system, but obviously the quest system is where we're building it, so that's going to be the piece that we integrate into it. Okay, so you know, theoretically in the future, if you wanted to have a notification when the player picks up an item, or I mean, maybe something happens and you want to notify them that, hey, a door in the distance opened, or you know, use your imagination. Anything you want to use this notification system for. You can go ahead and do that on your own. All right. So let's get into what we're going to need to make this happen and how we're going to build it. All right. So back in our project, let's go ahead and just set up the files that we need here. So as shown, we're going to build this notifications in the player HUD UI. So if you go find your player HUD underneath the GUI folder, I'm going to go ahead and open this folder in my file manager. And then the files that we need, of course, are in the quests download zip file that you can find on my itch.io page. So I'm going to open up those. And what we need is we need this panel notification a PNG, as well as the notification wave file. So I'm going to copy those and just bring.
Okay, one second. I have this. I made it. Actually, look, I have my own version of it. Surprise. And also there is a sound effect. There's a sound effect where Michael Tam. Okay. I got everything ready to go.
Bring them over here to my player HUD folder, and voila. Okay, and so this panel notification PNG, we're going to use this to create the panel box, right? That the notifications are displayed in, and the wave file, we're simply going to play that when a notification is displayed. Okay, so let's open up this player HUD scene and let's start building out the UI components that we need for the notifications. So, you know, if you've been following along, you've got your health and your boss information here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just underneath this.
Okay, let me well, I don't care, we'll just put it there.
Control, I'm going to add another control node. And I'm going to rename this control node to be notification. And one thing we need to make sure we're doing, especially if you haven't been following along with this tutorial, but make sure that somewhere you've got this mouse filter set to ignore, okay? Because we don't want this thing to get in the way of mouse clicks. I'm not using mouse clicks in my version of the game, but I know many of you are. So that's an important thing, just to make sure it doesn't block the mouse, okay? And in fact, I'm going to change. If you haven't been following along with this tutorial, but make sure that somewhere you've got this mouse filter set to ignore, okay? Because we don't want this thing to get in the way of mouse clicks. I'm not using mouse clicks in my version of the game, but I know many of you are. So that's an important thing, just to make sure it doesn't block the mouse, okay? And in fact, I'm going to change this here to ignore, just to be safe. And then I'm going to go down to the process mode, and I'm going to set this to always. The reason I'm going to set the process mode to always on this is because I don't want this notification to be blocked by pausing the game or anything like that. The reason why is because we're going to display a notification, and then, you know, if a player hits to go to their menu, maybe they see that they completed a status of a quest and they want to check their inventory or just check the quest log. If we let this process mode be inherent, then the player HUD might be paused with the game, and so this notification is going to sit kind of on top of their inventory, right? And it's going to be in the way. It's going to make it hard to see. But this way, because it's process mode always, it'll continue to do what the script that we put on it will run, and it'll hide itself eventually, okay? So we want to make sure we set that process mode to always, and then let's just go ahead, and within this, let's add a few other nodes that we need, right? So I'm going to add a panel container, and this panel container, of course, is going to be what holds everything, and you can see that the panel container has this dark gray background, and let's go ahead and configure this so that it looks how we want. And we're just going to go to, if we look at theme overrides under styles, we can just go to the panel and say new style box texture, okay? And then when we pop this open, let's drag this texture in here that we've got. And of course, this is looking a little funky.
One second. Is it this one? Why I don't have the other one? Oh yeah.
When we resize it, right, just putting the texture in as is. That's because the default behavior of this panel container is just to scale that. So what we need to do is, let's come in here to our texture margins, and let's first start by setting these. And the margins that we want for this, you'll notice that it's got an irregular shape, right? We've got a big corner here and then little corners down here, and it's kind of a medium-sized corner. And what the texture margins do is they kind of tell us, like, at what point do we start scaling and what part it helps to find the corners and things like that. So if we put left 18 and then top, we'll do 18 as well. And then for the other two, right and bottom, we'll just put 10. You can see up in this preview, we've got these lines that indicate kind of how the texture is going to repeat. And you can see that 18 pixels down and 18 pixels over creates this nice little corner here, okay, where obviously it ignores or does not include the shape of this in the tiling section, okay? And then likewise, the 10 by 10 is big enough to wrap around this corner, this rounded corner here, okay? So now if we resize this, it's looking better. But we've got an issue here where the middle is stretching, and we don't want it to stretch. We want it to tile. And so there's a setting for that as well. Under axis stretch, horizontal, we'll set that to tile, and vertical, we can set that to tile as well. All right. Now when we resize it, you can see that it's just tiling that pattern. It's just going to repeat. It's going to repeat whatever's inside here. Okay. The last thing I think I want to do is, I think expand margins is fine on 0. Let's go down. There's another margin setting, content margins. I want to set these, and I'm going to set 12 for the left. I'm going to set 6 for the top, and then I'm going to set 12 for the others. And we'll see kind of how that comes into play, but that's just going to give margins, you know, whatever content we put in here is going to provide space around it. Okay, so there's our panel container. And let's go ahead, and underneath our panel container, we need now to add the bits of text and whatnot. And because we have two things of text and we don't know how big they'll be, I want to add a VBox container to hold both of them. So let's start with that. VBox container, of course, spaces the objects vertically within it. I'm going to resize this as well, just a little bit smaller. Okay, so the VBox container, let's get this going. Underneath this VBox container, let's go ahead and add 2 labels.
1 second.
And we'll just
I need
put
to fix something. Yeah, like this. Okay.
within it. I'm going to resize this as well. Okay, so there's our panel container. And let's go ahead, and underneath our panel container, we need now to add the bits of text and whatnot. And because we have 2 things of text and we don't know how big they'll be, I want to add a VBox container to hold both of them. So let's start with that. VBox container, of course, spaces the objects vertically within it.
Yeah.
I'm going to resize this as well. Just a little bit smaller. Okay, so the VBox container, let's get this going. Underneath this VBox container, let's go ahead and add 2 labels. And we'll just put some text in here. We'll just say like quest name. Oh boy, okay. And then I'll duplicate this label, and then we'll call this, I don't know, notification message. In fact, we should probably change quest name to like notification type or something like that. Okay. And I really, you know, you guys know me by now. I cannot spell, or I cannot type, maybe is better, more accurate. Okay, so we've got these. The default text is fine, except that it's kind of large in relation to the game. And if we have a longer message, it's going to take up a lot of space. And so actually what I want to do is, and I should have done this before I duplicated it, but for the first label, let's go ahead and let's come down to theme overrides.
Team overrides.
And I want to change the font that we're using here. So underneath this, let's go to, let's see, theme overrides, fonts, and let's quick load. And if you have it, it's going to be this M5X7 font. Okay, it's a nice smaller pixel font. I like to use that any place I need smaller pixel art type font in my game. And so I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, go to label 2, and come down to, let's see, theme overrides, fonts, and then we'll paste. There we go, same font. And then let's configure these as well. So this
1 second. 1 second, bro. Notification type, font size, boom. Okay, let me try this.
This first label, right, the notification type or whatever this first thing is, I want to give it a color. Now you can do the color either through this font color, and in fact I am going to do a font shadow color because I want the drop shadow, and there's no need, in my opinion, to configure that any further unless you'd like to. Okay, and you can adjust the font, the shadow.
Where? Theme override, color, font shadow.
Stuff under the constants here. But I'm going to just come down here to visibility, and I'm going to just modulate this label. So I'm just going to come in here, and I've got this yellow color already saved in my clipboard, kind of like that. Okay, so you can see the hex value is FFDB8D. There's the RGB values if you want to type those in, but you can just pick any color that you like. And then for this other label, I'm going to leave it as white, but we can go ahead and come down here and go to colors and just turn on that font shadow color, which will give it the drop shadow that we like. Okay, and so this text is mostly configured. There's just maybe one or two other things that we need to do. So one thing is let's go ahead and, just for example purposes, I'm going to type in gibberish.
1 second. I'm gonna do something cooler.
Okay, so there's a lot of text because I don't want this label to get too wide. And likewise with label 2, right? Let's type in some gibberish here.
Wait, what the hell is doing? So he's testing the text. What, can we stop it?
So let's pretend that these labels can get really large. We want to handle them so they can wrap and so that our thing doesn't get too big, right? So let's select, I'm going to go ahead and just turn off label 2 real quick, and I'm going to select the label. So on this first label, let's set up a few things. So we've got horizontal alignment on the left, vertical alignment top, that's fine. Let's turn the auto wrap mode to word, okay? And of course, it's not wrapping yet because we need to limit the size of this somehow. If we come down to this control layout and give it a custom minimum size of 220, okay, so that custom minimum size is just going to make sure that it's always that width. Now, because we've got this issue where it's overrunning, if we select wrapping yet, because we need to limit the size of this somehow, if we come down to this control layout and give it a custom minimum size of 220, okay, so that custom minimum size is just going to make sure that it's always that width. Now, because we've got this issue where it's overrunning, if we select our panel container and just resize it, you can see it's going to start to kind of wrap that text. And it looks like, okay, here we go, 244 width. Because I've set the label to have this custom minimum width of 220, it kind of stops me there, but that's perfect. That's kind of how I want it to be. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this label. Now that I know this is wrapping how I want, I'm going to just delete the extra text. And then let's make this other label visible. Now we've got the same issue. And with this label too, let's set the custom minimum width to 220. Oh, I missed a setting. Let's see, auto wrap, word. There we go. Okay, it's working. So once we get these configured like that, and we know things look how we want, I'm just going to go ahead and delete that extra text on the notification message as well. And I'm going to take this panel container and I'm going to resize it to the smallest size. So hopefully when we run this, thing should work pretty good and text should wrap. But there we go. We've got our basic notification panel set up. The only last thing we really need to do is, I don't want it in the top corner like that. I want to just bump it over. So let's give it a position of 5, 5 on our panel container. So it just bumped over and down a little bit.
5, 5.
And there we go. There's our little notification panel.
Transform.
Now the last thing that we're going to need is, or want, is just an
wait, Michael, you doing good, but you going fast. Wait, is the pivot? No, position. What?
animation player. I'm going to make this animation player just a child of my notification node here. So just add it. Animation player, just like that. And we're only going to have one animation here. Let's create a new animation and we'll just call it show notification. Let's go ahead and set up the animation. So obviously how things are right now is kind of the state of the notification when it's displayed. So if we come in here, we can go ahead and set this animation up just like this. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple things first before we add any keyframes. So let's set the length of the duration of the animation to 3 seconds. I'm going to put my snapping at 0.1 seconds. And then I'm going to just zoom in a tiny bit or a lot of bit. Okay. So right here, let's go to, I'm actually going to start at like 0.3. And I'm going to select the panel container and I want to key the position. Okay. And we do want to create reset track. So we'll go ahead and say create. Okay. So we've got that there. And then I also want to key the modulate value. So let's see, visibility, modulate. Let's key that.
Visibility.
Okay. And let's go ahead and key this visible value. And I'm going to go ahead and drag this to the very first frame. Okay, so it becomes visible at frames. And let's go ahead and key this visible value. And
The modulate too, huh? The modulate. And the visibility.
and I'm going to go ahead and drag this to the very first frame. Okay, so it becomes visible at frame 0. And then obviously it's not animating yet, but we've got these values set here. Let's go back to frame 0. And for the position, I'm going to add a insert a key. And what we're going to do is we'll change the Y to 0. Okay, so you can see that it's going to slide down like so. And then let's add a keyframe to the modulate, and we can just come in here and click this and drag the alpha all the way to 0. So there we go. So now it's going to slide in. Bump. And then we could have a separate hide animation that hides the notification, or we could do it through code. But what I'm going to do is just build it into this animation. So every time we show notification, it's going to wait,
What?
however long,
So bad.
and drag the alpha. Got these values set here. Let's go back to frame 0. And for the position, I'm going to add a insert a key. And what we're going to do is we'll change the Y to 0. Okay, so you can see that it's going to slide down like so. And then let's add a keyframe to the modulate, and we can just come in here and click this and drag the alpha all the way to 0. So there we go. So now it's going to slide in. Bump. And then we could have a separate hide animation that hides the notification, or we could do it through code. But what I'm going to do is just build it into this animation. So every time we show notification, it's going to wait, however long we put in our animation here, and then it's just going to play it in reverse at the end, right? So we can just come pretty close to the end here. If we're at 3 seconds, let's go to what, 2.7? Okay, and I'm going to copy these keyframes, copy and paste. And then we'll take these first keyframes here, and I'm going to copy those and paste those at the end. Okay, so now the animation looks like this. It just shows and hides. We also probably want to go put back to the visible. I'm going to insert a key here. I'm going to just turn this off. Okay. And then as part of this animation, let's play an audio. We've got an audio stream player, so we can...
Ooh. 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 Wow. Ooh. That's cool. Interesting.
use that. We don't need to add one, but let's go ahead and add a track for audio playback. And it's going to want us to select where we're going to play this audio. So we'll pick this audio stream player like so. And then if we go to our file system, we audio stream player, so we can use that. We don't need to add one, but let's go ahead and add a track for audio playback. And it's going to want us to select where we're going to play this audio. So we'll pick this audio stream player
Didn't have one.
like so. And then if we go to our file system, we
He had one I didn't check. Audio stream player. Add. Let me save. Add audio stream player. Here we go.
we've got this notification wave. I'm going to just drag this over to my animation and plop it in. And let's test it out. There we go. It'll just play that little sound effect just like that.
Ouch.
Okay.
Here.
So we've got a complete animation that we can use for displaying our notification. It'll hide it as well. And it's got this reset track built in so that if we need to get back and just edit it and work on it, you can come to that track. And we do not want to set this animation to autoplay. I know we do that quite often, set an animation to autoplay. In the case of this, we don't want it to play this animation until we tell it to. Okay. So I think everything's configured. We might need to come back here. I'm pretty sure we've got it all though. So go ahead and save your project and we're ready to start working on the script to make this happen. Okay, so we need to add a script to this notification node, right? Something that we can use to control it, to trigger the notifications. And let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to go to my file system. What's my bug? Just something while we were working on the animation. So I'm going to come here. Let's create a new script in this player HUD folder. And I'll just call it, I guess, notifications. I keep spelling that wrong. I hit the T too soon. Okay. And we can go ahead and drop this script onto our notification node, and then we'll open it up. Okay. Now this script, let's give it a class name so that we can reference it if we need to. And it'll just be, I'll call it notification UI actually. There I go again. And this extends a control, not a node. Okay. Now, how I want this to work is we're going to have the possibility that we can send multiple notifications to this UI. And there's a few ways we could handle that. But for me, I want to start by declaring an array for all of the notifications that get pushed. Okay, so we'll call it the notification queue, maybe. And, oh man, how do you spell queue? I guess that's Q, UE, UE. Okay, so this notification queue, we'll just define it as an array. Okay. And what we're going to do is every time that this script receives a notification that it's supposed to display, it's going to add it to this queue array. And then as we display them, we'll remove them from the array. Okay. This way, if we push a notification while another one's being displayed currently, we can just add it to the array, and then this script will handle it when it's ready. Okay. So that's kind of why we're going to do that. Okay. And you'll see the code for that here in a bit. And then let's just go ahead and grab, we're going to need obviously a reference to our panel container, our animation player, some things like that, right? So I'm going to grab the panel container. I'm going to grab the animation player, and so okay.
Skip
so just type this dot, and then it's what, animation finish signal. I think my typing of notification that when the display notification function is called, right? And that is variable here first, and this will just be hope. Okay, and it also is so we'll, and
skipping out a bit.
Okay, so this code works. I want to run it just to see if we get an error. We're not actually calling the code to display notifications, so it's not going to happen just yet. Okay, so we'll do that in our next step here, but just make sure you've got all this code in here, and that it seems to be working without crashing, no bugs, and we should be good to go. Okay, so in order to connect this notification thing up, we need a way to access it. And right now, this notification node and script is a child of the player HUD, but the notification node itself is not easy to find, okay? But the player HUD is, because this is a singleton auto-load script or scene. Okay, so this one is easy. We can access this from any script. So what we will do here is let's create a new function within the player HUD script. And I'm just going to create it at the very end. It's a simple function that we'll call queue notification. Okay, UE. And obviously, when we think about this, we need the same arguments in this queue notification that we had in our notification, add notification to queue function. Okay, so I'm going to just copy those and I'm going to paste them in here. And so all this function is really going to do is it's going to receive the request to queue notification, and then it's going to pass it on or call that add notification to queue in our notification UI. Okay, and so let's go ahead up here and let's just grab our notification UI. Boom. Make sure it's got that type on there so that it's easy to recognize. Okay. Then what we can do down here is just call notification.add notification to queue, and then we can just use the title and the message that we've got here. All right. Notification. And I've got some of them flagged here with the comment. I don't know if I have all of them. Okay. But let's go ahead and handle this first one. So script open right now. And so there's a few circumstances under which we would want to display. All right. Okay. So now we've exposed a function globally that we can call anytime we want to queue notification. And now the place that we're going to use this right now, obviously, is from our quest manager. I've got my global quest manager script open right now. And so there's a few circumstances under which we would want to display notification. And I've got some of them flagged here with the comment. I don't know if I have all of them. Okay. But let's go ahead and handle this first one. So here in our update quest function, if quest index equals -1, meaning was not found, then this means that we just gathered a new quest, right? Or accepted a new quest. And so under here, for displaying this notification, let's call our player HUD.
Queue notification.
And then we'll call that new queue notification function that we just created. And the title of this message should be something like quest started. Okay. And then for the message, I think we'll just pass in the name of the quest, right? Which is _title, the title of this quest. Okay. So if we save this and run the game and I hit this first button, we should see a notification pop up. Quest started.
Let me try. Let me try this. I just got my quest. You see? Recover a magical lost flute. Short quests. And then because I got 3 quests, it gave me the 3 quests one by one. That's cool. The putt is there now. That's interesting. And it didn't pop again. Is there an error? No, there's no error. Let me try again. Interesting. So there's a queue quest, so you can have like a couple quests in a row and it's actually working. Okay, so if I talk to these guys, why are you talking to me? Did you found my magical flute? Have you? I will. Recover the lost magical flute. Great, let's go. I believe it's in the cavern. Okay. And then if I press P, got 3 quests. Short quests and long quests. Okay, nice. So what happened if I press P again? So why the putt is popping? Yeah, I'm not sure why it's popping, but anyway. Well, that's GG. Okay, well, that's cool. Can I improve it, maybe? Maybe it's too big a little bit? What do you guys think? Is it too big? I didn't list that thing. I need to reload. 1 second. It's faster when I load. I fixed a couple things when I was sick. I was sick for 1 week and I did a little bit offline, not that much. But I fixed how fast the game is. It's loading really quick now, you can see. It takes like 2 seconds. Yeah, so I was wondering if How is the statue thing? Yeah, I think it's a little bit too big. Yeah, it's too big. Let me fix it. Easy fix. Easy fix. Easy and quick fix. And cool fix. I'm just gonna reduce the UI. Why the notification is like this? Whatever. Yeah, this thing here. Like this. Okay, let's try again. Let's see. Nice. Good. It's okay. I mean, we getting somewhere. I mean, it's nothing is, you have to understand that nothing is the official UI, okay? It's just like building the code, and after this you have fun and you make it really look really nice, you know. Understand? So why, like, yeah, because I cheating and I press P, that's probably why. Okay, good. Damn, we getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. Yeah. What's this guy's doing? Oh, he's just doing nothing. Okay, it's working well. It's working well. It's working well. Working very well. Okay, so let's move on. Is there any other thing with this thing?
Long quest. Cool. And then obviously if I look at the quest system, it's here. Okay. But now if we hit this other button, which completed a step on the quest, we didn't get a notification. So let's handle that. Now that's going to be handled here in this else, right? Because if this branch is when the quest didn't already exist in our quests, this one is when we did have a quest, right? The quest was found. We're just going to update it. And there's actually two different things. We already have a little branch started. If the quest is complete, do this. Let's add an else. Okay, meaning the quest wasn't marked as complete. And in this case, let's call our player HUD. And we're just going to display a message that maybe a step was completed, right? So we'll say player HUD.Q notification. And then again, now this one, instead of saying quest started or whatever, we'll say quest updated. We do want the title again, but this time we're going to add to the message. So we'll just add, you know, let's add maybe a colon and a space after that. And then we can add onto the string the name of the completed step. Okay. So let's go ahead and test that out. So now when we hit this second switch, we should get a second notification. And notice I'm going to run over these two switches very quickly, and the two notifications will pop up back to back.
That's cool. Yeah, we just tested it and it was working.
Long quest step 1. All right, so we just have one other condition here we haven't handled, right? And that's when the quest is complete. So let's copy this little thing here, and right here when we disperse quest rewards in the is quest complete true branch of this logic, we're just going to come in here and say quest complete. And then in this case, I think I'll just stick with the title, like so.
So the only thing
All right.
missing is this
So
disperse
if
quest
I have that thing
reward.
set up, I believe that switch will complete the quest, right? The third one. So we should see 3 notifications here. Quest started, quest updated, quest complete. Wrong quest. Okay. Cool. Looking pretty good. Now, there's one other thing we can do, though. When we disperse quest rewards, we could also add a notification here. And what we'll do, instead of, you know, if you had like 5 rewards, I think getting 5 notifications would be too much. I think we'll just have 1 notification at the end of this. And so the title of this will be like something like quest rewards received. And then in here, we need to say something about what the player was rewarded. Okay. And so let's actually create a variable that we can use. So before we begin all of this, let's create a new variable called message. Then down here, our long quest should be configured to already have some of this stuff. So if I come down here to my quests, I think it's giving items, right? Long quest. Reward items. We have 1 reward item, and it's an apple. Just to test this, let's go ahead and add an additional reward item. And we'll quick load. Oh, it's a quest reward. New quest reward item. Yeah, do that. And then let's quick load the item type here. We'll just say gem and 100. Okay, just as a test. So now when I run this, we should get 1 additional message that tells us that we've been rewarded some items and some experience. Okay, so if we look at our quests and our inventory, everything's empty. Let's just run over these buttons. Pop, pop, pop. Okay. And in fact, you can see even when I pause the menu, these are working. 50 experience, apple times 3, gem times 100.
That's cool.
Okay, cool. The one thing I didn't like is that we had the message that the quest was completed after it told us what we were rewarded. And I'm going to change that, but you can see we got the items and we got all the messages. So let's just go back here and let's see. Disperse quest rewards. Obviously, that's getting called before we're pushing the notification that the quest was complete. So we just need to change the order of that. And there we go.
It's pretty cool, actually.
All right, so there we have it. We've gone and we've built and kind of finished most of the elements that we need.
We just
in
need to
our
build a
quest
quest
system
now.
here.
Almost
in the next
done.
video, we're gonna I'm gonna run through and take this
pretty
example
nice.
scene, and we're gonna hook some things up. So right now,
let's
we've
do a
got,
real
like, this
quest now.
dungeon, right, with the boss inside, and we're supposed to gather a flute. So we'll just do a real world example how to build this out. So those of you who are curious on how I'm going to implement this will give a good example of how to use the quest system. Following along.
Okay. So there is the last part. It's called number 6.
There again.
Ooh, 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Recharger AV, ça prend combien de temps pour vrai? Obtenez des réponses à QEV.ca.
1 hour 30 minutes.
Take our quest system, and I'm going to build out this complete quest for this magical flute that involves
The
a
magical
dungeon
flute.
and our dark wizard boss, and bring it all the way to completion with Nero here. And you're going to see all the pain that I go through making this
All
world.
the pain.
So stay tuned.
Oh, great.
Hi, my name is Michael. Welcome
Hi.
to my 2D action and
That's the
adventure
last part,
RPG
guys.
tutorial
The
series.
quest.
Follow
The
along
real
and learn how to create
quest.
your own ARPG in Godot 4 using GD script. All right, so today's video is going to be, I hope, kind of fun. It's going to be a little bit less structured. I'm going to go through and we're going to take
1
the
hour,
things that we've
28
built.
minutes. I'm
We've
ready,
got
Michael.
levels, we've got a boss, NPCs, dialogue system, we've got quest system, and I just want to tie it together and make something a little bit more cohesive. Many of you have probably done this as you've been following along, but especially for those of you who are more beginner entry level with Godot,
ready,
this will
Michael.
hopefully be educational or informational and kind of illuminate how I might do something. And whatever you learn from that, you can take and modify and, you know, do your own thing and hopefully build
ready, Michael,
something
I'm ready.
even better than what I'm presenting here. So stay tuned if that sounds interesting or if you think there's something you can learn. Let's go ahead and start with this. Let me go to my file system. I've got this, if I can find it, notes file that I've used occasionally. Looks like the last time we did it was on episode 47. Let's go ahead and just talk about this. I don't even know what episode this is, to be honest. 54, 55. So I'm just going to delete it all.
55.
So what I want to do is I want to kind of build this quest that's already been started. So in fact, I know I just came here. Let me find this little quest here. We have a quest that I've called Recover the Lost Flute. And we have Find Magical Flute, Return Magical Flute to Nero. Okay. And, you know, maybe we actually want to add another step on here. I'm going to go ahead and, I guess I can reorder these. Yeah, I can. Okay. So maybe this one would be like find the cave entrance or something like that.
Tree.
Just to have an extra step.
Okay, wait.
So
So the first step will be no, there's gonna be the first step will be find the cave entrance. Sorry, entrance. Find the magical lost flute. Return the magical lost flute to Bob. Okay, it's gonna be 3-step. Okay.
I've got this quest, and I want it to be able to involve the boss. We've already kind of tied it into the NPC, and I'll show how we've done that in case you've missed that. I'd like to have an item that you need to retrieve, this magical flute. Okay, and there's an asset for that that you can find in the quest zip file on my itch.io page. And obviously I want to tie the boss into this. I also want to make it so that the cave is maybe not available until you've started the quest.
No.
So let's do this. One, you need to be able to initiate the quest with Nero. Two, quest should make the cave available, or maybe I should call it the dungeon. You know, it's both. Three is I want to connect or integrate the boss into the quest. 4 is I want to add a discoverable magical flute item, which will be required to return to Nero, right? So we need to be able to 5, we need to be able to complete the quest by returning the flute to Nero. Okay, so that's kind of what I want to do.
That's going to be very
And
interesting.
let's look at step 1. We kind of already have this, right? So if I look at this scene 2 that I have NPC 2. Let me go ahead and rename this to Nero, so it's easy to find him. And you can see he's got an NPC resource. I've named it Nero. He's got a portrait. And in his dialogue interactions, initially there's a branch, there's a dialogue choice for he asks if you will help him, right? Let's see. So the first thing is hey, will you help me retrieve my magical flute? And then we've got the choice. And then these, you know, give him the quest. So the first thing is let's just test this and see how it happens. We're going to be doing a lot of testing back and forth. That's, I don't want to test with, let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to go to project settings. I do this from time to time. You can obviously hit F6 to run a scene you're on, but sometimes I'm going to be jumping around scenes and I always want it to start on a specific scene. So I will do that just by clearing out or changing the scene here. There is a danger to this. You could accidentally forget to change it back to your startup screen, and then when you build the game, you start on level 2 instead of on the title screen. So, you know, warning, just be careful when you're changing this startup scene. But I'm going to go to area 1 and scene 2. I'm just going to make that my startup scene. So when I hit F5, it'll run it. And I've got my music playing. I'll probably disable that as well. But when we talk to Nero, so he's going to give us this option, and we can say yes or no. If we say yes, it starts the quest. Okay, so we've done that in the quest videos up to this point. And we can see that the quest is now in our quest log.
Oh yeah, let me check. Because I changed the thing. Alright, let me try this. So let's talk to the guys. I will recover the lost magical flute quest. So Bob wants you to bring his magical flute from the tavern, from the cavern. Find the cave entrance. Find the magical lost flute. Return the magical lost flute to Bob. Okay. That's clear. That's good.
Okay, but there is a problem. When I talk to Nero again, he's going to ask me the same question. Okay, so let's solve that first. This is pretty straightforward. We have available to us, I'm going to go ahead and just add as a child of the NPC. I'm going to add Shift Control A. Now we have this quest activated switch, I think is what we called it. Yep. Okay, and if you recall what these do, it's indicated by the question mark here, right? Is it allows us to embed things that will be activated upon a quest condition. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this dialogue interaction underneath quest activated switch. And then I'm going to do a check for has quest. And I'm going to say remove when activated. And then the quest we want to check for, I'll just quick load and find it. Recover lost flute. Okay.
Huh?
So then what this is going to do, right? If you recall, what these do, it's indicated by the question mark here, right? Is it allows us to embed things that will be activated upon a quest condition. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this dialogue interaction underneath quest activated switch. And then I'm going to do a check for has quest. And I'm going to say remove when activated. And then the quest we want to check for, I'll just quick load and find it. Recover lost flute. Okay. So then what this is going to do, right, is as soon as we have the quest, because I've did the remove when activated, it should remove this whole dialogue interaction from underneath quest activated switch. And then I'm going to do a check for has quest, and I'm going to say remove when activated. And then the quest we want to check for, I'll just quick load and find it. Recover lost flute. Okay. So then what this is going to do, right, is as soon as we have the quest, because I've did the remove when activated, it should remove this whole dialogue interaction from the tree of the NPC. And before I run, let me just mute my music. I think it's fun to have the music, but it's a lot when I'm recording. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. And let's talk to Nero. Okay, we've gathered the quest. There we go.
Let me try. Let me try this. So quest empty. Why are you talking to me? Okay, let's go. And then I can't talk to him again. Ah,
And now
that's cool.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. So I think it's working. Just real quick, there is a setting on these quest activated switches to react to the global signal. Since I didn't check that, what that means is this script won't update until the level loads again. Okay, so let me just leave the scene and come back and test that, and then we'll change that one to react to the global script. Okay, or to the signal. So yeah, now I can't talk to him. You see, I don't have a prompt because that quest, this scene or this node has been deactivated because I have the quest. And what's nice is if I go back to the game and let's just, for example, let's come up here and let's save this. Oops, I hit load. Do I have that quest? I don't. Okay, bear with me. Let me go back and retest this.
Today we're checking out.
Oh my god, that's interesting.
Okay, I'm going to come out here. I'm going to come back. And I'm going to save. Okay. So if just to demonstrate this, let me close and run the game again. If I load the game, then I should have that quest. Yeah, recover lost magical flute, and I still can't talk to him, okay? So we can see...
Okay, let me try. So if I do this... Let me try this. Let me try all this thing with the saving and loading and never try it. Okay, let's try. So let's start with the guys. Got the flute. I can still talk to him. And I got the flute again. Well, the goal was not, right? So if I switch scene, like this. I can talk to him. So I have to wait. So if I do save, if I load, do I still have the quest? I still have the quest and I can talk to him. Okay, so basically everything worked except the part where I can re-talk to him. But if I do this and I redo the thing, login. Okay, so let's talk to him again. Okay, I got it. Can talk to him. So if I save, and I'm going here, and I'm going here, I go back. Can talk to him. That's good. Still have my quests. Let's start to load. And quests, and it's working. GG. Good job, Michael. Good job.
We can see that there's persistence not only in the game world but with our save game. So that's working. This is just kind of a good test to make sure our quest system isn't buggy.
Michael.
I hope it's not really buggy because I don't intend to fix too many bugs in this video, though I will and fix some minor ones if we find them. Okay, so obviously though, when we have this quest and it's been activated, the next step is we probably want to have some other thing to display. So let's go ahead and just add another activated switch. Okay, so here's a second one. Now you might want to rename these to go along with the step, and I'm going to go ahead and drag this up so that we can see there's multiple multiple switches on this guy. So this one is going to be just simply maybe, let's see, how could we do this? Has quest on current step.
Have a
so there's a
lot,
couple ways
Michael.
to do this, right? Because this is built in a kind of a very specific fashion. So we can't string together multiple conditions with one check, but we can actually, I think, if we nest the nodes, we could. So we'll do one that's just like this. Instead of removing when active, we'll have one that, and let's change this before I forget. We wanted this to react to the global signal. So as soon as we accept the quest, the new dialogue options will become available. We'll do the same on this one. Okay, so this is has quest. Let's select that same quest, recover the lost flute. Okay, so once he has it, now this node will activate all of its children. Let's start by just adding maybe a dialogue interaction. Okay, so Shift Control A, dialogue interaction. There we go. And then I guess what do we need underneath this? We need a dialogue text. Is that a thing? Oh, that's like a regular node, huh? We created that as a node type, didn't we? Dialogue text. So I can do Control A for that. Okay, so we're going to add a dialogue text, and this one will say. Okay, so what will we have him say here? Let's have him say something like, "Thank you, hero," and then I lost my flute in the cave to the north. Okay, so theoretically now we should, once we've talked to him and accepted the quest, we should see this new dialogue option appear. Let's go ahead and give this a test. And just to test more thoroughly, I'm going to first answer no, that I won't take the quest, so he should ask me again. Okay, now I'll accept it.
L'huile de palme de Nutella.
Stupid YouTube ad. Come on, what's happened to ad block?
Okay, and then let's talk to him one more time. Thank you, hero. I lost my flute in the cave to the north. Perfect. Okay, so we can see that by adding this and setting this up appropriately, we've now made it so that the NPC toggles the dialogue options he has available. You do have to be careful because, you know, if you're building it this way, you got to make sure that these dialogue options with the NPC are kind of mutually exclusive, I think is the term I want to use. We want to make sure that we don't have conflicting or kind of like overlapping conditions.
Let me test this. This is weird. I'm not sure what he's doing. So it's like another... It's like if you re-talk to him... Let me check this. So if you re-talk to the NPC, you have another dialogue? Why are you talking to me? Did you find my magical flute? Have you? I don't care. What are you waiting for? Why are you talking to me? Have you? I will. Great, let's go. I believe it's in the cavern. But why? Oh. Thank you, hero. Ah, that's in the cave, I think. That's this bug a little bit. It's buggy, huh?
Where he could potentially have two different dialogue interactions available, because that would mess it up. Okay, so try and nest them, maybe sequentially. And you have to be very careful in your planning and testing when building something like this. Okay.
There's a bug because he don't stop walking anymore. That's very strange. Why he did that thing? Not sure to understand. Oh wow, it's because I didn't put it too. Wait, I need to fix it. Ah, okay, let me try this. Let me try again. Okay, let me try. I don't care. It doesn't stop anymore. It doesn't stop when I talk to him. It's working here, right? Yeah. No, it doesn't stop. Is it a bug? Why these guys doesn't stop? 1 second. Let me try again. Let me try again. So if I talk to him first, he doesn't stop. No, he just doesn't stop. So why he doesn't stop? Okay, so if I save, if I load. Okay, come on, still in the quest. Okay, it's actually working. The thing is, he doesn't stop when I talk to him. That's the only thing. What happened? The other NPC is doing it. Let's try to fix that. What happened to these guys? Range, duration, needle duration. Because the other one have a patchful one. I guess this one is different. Walk phase. Needle phase start. Like he doesn't stop. Is that normal? He doesn't stop? Because this one is stopping. Return wall phase. There is one here, but why I don't have this in my... It's very different. That's not the patchful one. See his video again.
Take the quest, so he should ask me again.
It's because he
now I'll
paused the
accept it.
game.
Okay, and then let's talk to him one more time. Thank you, hero. I lost my flute in the cave to the north. Perfect. Okay, so we can see that
Because he paused the game. I see. You trick. Why don't do this? This is very weird here. Yeah, it's because he tricked and he paused the game. Oh, that's why. Cool.
So you think you know Wix? Do you?
And what's nice is if I go back to the game and let's... Okay, we've gathered the quest. There we go. And now... Oh, hold on. Yeah, so I think it's working. Just real quick. There is a setting on these quest activated switches to react to the global signal.
Yeah, because he paused the game, that's why it doesn't work for me. But, yeah, well. Actually, it's working. So let's move on. Let's move on. It's actually worked.
Since I didn't check that, what that means is... Okay, so obviously, though, when we have this quest and it's been activated, different steps. So there's a dialogue interaction to the north. Perfect. Okay, so we can see that by adding this and setting this up appropriately, we've now made it so that the NPC toggles the dialogue options he has available. You do have to be careful because, you know, if you're building it this way, you got to make sure that these dialogue options with the NPC are kind of mutually exclusive, I think is the term I want to use. We want to make sure that we don't have conflicting or kind of like overlapping conditions where he could potentially have two different dialogue interactions available, because that would mess it up. Okay, so try and nest them, maybe sequentially. You have to be very careful in your planning and testing when building something like this. Okay, now I want to go ahead. We'll come back to this NPC because we're going to have to add more dialogue options, like when you complete the quest and things like that. But what I want to do right now is I want to look at one of our other scenes. Let me just open this in the file system. So scene 1, this is the scene where we've got a couple goblins and we've got this cave. Okay, and I'm actually going to add another grass tile. Okay, not as a child of that one necessarily, but just right here. And I'm going to give this a name, and I'm going to call it, I don't know, blocked cave, maybe.
I'm not gonna.
And all I'm going to do in here is just come in and grab some of these tiles. And let's see, here we go. Got to get that tool selected. Okay, so I'm painting this on here.
I'm not gonna.
So we have a piece of cave. If I run this scene, we won't see the cave. We won't. Oh no. What we need to do actually is, what we have is we have two conflicting tile maps going on here. So let me just, there's an option that I'm looking for here to make local. That's going to remove this, break the link to the scene that it inherits. And now I can also come in here and go to this script and say clear. So it doesn't have that tile script on there. But that's handy because I do have the tile set now. Okay, so let me just run this scene. I'll hit F6. So the cave should be blocked. Okay, and so I can't enter the cave. So what we want to do then is, again, let's add a quest activated switch.
I'm not gonna do that.
And I'm going to go ahead and drag this up here. I'm going to position this in relation to where it works. And then I'm going to drag the cave as a child of it. Okay, and now this switch will just say when you have the quest.
He's working on a
lost
he's
flute.
Like he's hiding the entrance.
Okay, then I can remove it. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to go check this before I talk to the NPC. Let's make sure. Okay, cave is blocked. Now if I talk to Nero and accept the quest, now when I come up here,
oh my god,
Miaulodrame.
there's so much ad on YouTube. What's going on, dude? They're going crazy, man. There's an ad every like 5 minutes. Dude, my ad block doesn't work. What the hell?
here we go. The cave is now available. Okay.
That's cool.
Except it's blocked. So we've got a minor issue there, don't we? Because I guess this is still enabled. So I want to look at how this script works. This quest activated switch. This is not something I foresaw, but this is good. This is the kind of thing that happens as I'm working and prepping these videos. Okay, when we're ready, we check if it's activated, right? And clearly we had, let's go set as activated. So clearly we hit a condition where it wasn't activated. And so what did we do? We hid the children. And hide children sets the visibility and it sets the process mode. Now, there's a couple ways we could handle this. We could queue free things that we're removing, or we could add a condition in here to check, you know, if it's a tile map and disable it. I think what I would like to do is just extend our quest activated switch, and I'm going to provide a new variable. So we have remove when activated, which is what we checked. Let's add another export variable, and let's call this one free when removed. I don't know that. Or free on remove, maybe. If you think of a better way to name this, by all means, share it in the comments. So I'm going to set it to false by default. Okay. Now when I save this, if I come back to this, there's this new free on remove. I'm going to check that. I'm going to turn it on. And then let's handle this. So let's go back to that show or hide children. And what we're going to do is say if, what is it, free on remove. Then we'll just queue free it. We'll say c.queueFree. I think that should work. And I've checked it for this cave entrance. So let's go ahead and run the game again. And this time I'm going to talk to him and I'm going to save it so that we're kind of... So we don't have to talk to him again next time. So let's come in here and just save that. Okay. Now, there we go. The cave is showing. And I can now walk through the door. Okay, perfect. Okay, quick solution. You know, we could really work to make that a more flexible and robust solution to being able to remove and hide things. I think this is simple. I think it works good. And you're going to find, you know, I had a thought recently about over-engineering things. And I think, you know, I'm kind of in the middle. I don't tend to want to over-engineer too much, but sometimes I sit in a piece of code and I'm like, how can I make this even more perfect and work in every possible scenario? And oftentimes the work to make something that robust just isn't worth it if you're working on a project like this, especially if it removes the fun. Okay, so there we go. We've got a couple things completed. And if I look at the notes, okay, we can initiate the quest with Nero, and it makes the dungeon available. So let's go into the dungeon and let's work on the next bits, right? Where we want to connect and integrate the boss, and then add a discoverable magic flute. Let's dig into this. I'm going to look at the cave real quick. If I go to my file system and open the dungeon folder, let me just open all these scenes. I think we have a decent flow in here, but let me go back to the file system. There is kind of maybe a bug or two. I don't know if it's a bug, a defect. In fact, the first thing I'm thinking of is this statue. Okay, because let's go ahead and demo this.
What's going on?
This is an issue that I've had questions about in the past, and I just haven't addressed them because, to be frank, it's hard to have the bandwidth sometimes to do it all. So if I push the statue on the switch, that works great. And then if I come in here and go back into the room, well, now the statue's back. At least it didn't lock me behind the bars or anything funky, and if it had been game breaking, I would have addressed it sooner. But even if I push this on here and then leave the dungeon, of course I ran the dungeon without having the quest, so I can't get back in. Let's just load our game and try that again. So you guys see the problem here, though, right? We don't retain the position or the state of this, the statue. Anytime that's not pressed, then we'll just leave it be, and the statue can reset. Okay.
Is this a full
we're gonna do this on the fly.
Statue? I mean,
All right. Change how room and come back, which means that there's 4 pixels. I want to check the X and the Y coordinate. Okay, so X is going to be true. And let's run this. Okay, off the button, on the button. You can see down there at the bottom. I hope you do a different check. And actually, is to save it. Our persistent data handler, it uses add persistent value, which is going to append an item to the persistent.
Jesus Christ. There's like 35 minutes of the statue and stuff. That's good I did it.
We'll call save manager. We don't want to hit these anymore. But we can come down in here to our save manager. And if we look at our current save, we can see that the persistence, well, it should remove that. It doesn't look like it's removed yet, but let's go. Okay, let's go back to our notes. We kind of did like extra credit here, right? we fixed the statue.
Good. We passed like 35
let's
minutes
go to
of
the boss
video.
and let's connect him up. So I'm going to close some of these scenes and some of these scripts here. And let's see, the boss is
How can I make like you enter cavern and you see step 2? Like another step complete. Can you do that? Like let's see. Let's continue.
It's right here. Got this boss scene. The boss needs to be a little bit more dynamic. And we also need to integrate this magical flute item into the boss. So maybe like once we defeat the boss, then the flute item becomes available. Either he gives it to the player or he drops it. I think dropping it makes sense. And then we have to return the flute. So let's do this. Connect and integrate the boss into the quest. We already can't get into the dungeon until we have the quest.
Let me check my bus. It's been a long time. I haven't checked the bus scene, but I think it's 05. 06. 905. Okay. What do we do with this?
We don't need to worry whether or not we have the quest, I don't think. But let's look at this. Let's look at this scene. It's kind of complicated, but if we look at the Dark Wizard boss, he has a persistent data handler on him. He's got a lot of script, a lot of scripting. Okay, but he has let's go to the ready function. When we load the boss, we get the value of his persistent data handler. And if it's true, then we disable the door block and we queue free the boss. Okay. When do we set the persistent data handler? Let's just do a search in here and let's remind ourselves where and how we're doing all of this. Defeat. Here we go. Persistent data handler dot set value when we defeat the boss. Now I'd like to change this because I'd like it to be, instead I'd like to drop the item here. Let's call the magical flute, which doesn't exist yet. Okay. And then once we pick up the flute, we'll set that. The reason I want to do it that way is I don't want the player to be able to not pick up the flute and leave the room and then the flute's just gone. It won't drop because the boss is gone and it only drops when you beat the boss, right? So we'll drop the magical flute, and then upon picking up the magical flute, the player can then leave the room. It'll then open the door, okay? So let's see. That means that this door blocked enabled probably needs to move as well. I'm going to go ahead and put this down here. And that needs to be removed. Okay. So we're not going to set the value or any of this until we pick up the flute. So let's go ahead and work on that. Now we need to create our flute item real quick. I'm going to come in here and find my wherever that stuff is. I've got items somewhere in here, don't I? Items. There we go. If I could remember alphabetical order. And let's create a new item in this folder. Let's just make a new resource. And it's item data. We'll call it magical flute. And if we open this up, we'll give it a name of Nero's magical flute. And then the description will say something about it. Okay. Now, it needs a texture. We're not going to give it any item use effects. It's not going to be usable. So let's go ahead and get the texture that we need for this. So in this sprites folder, I'm going to just drag it in here. So I'm going to.
This is the magical loss flute of Bob. Loss in the cavern, Bob. Bob is looking for it. Okay.
I'm going to open this in File Manager. So just find that download that quest zip file if you've already downloaded that in the past, or grab it if you need it and unpack that, and then open that folder as well. Okay, here's the flute PNG. I'm just going to go ahead and copy that into my project.
Open. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. All right. And then texture, sprite, resource, texture. Boom. Okay, good. And let's continue.
Now I can drop this onto the texture. Cool. So let's go ahead to our Dark Wizard boss. Now we have an item dropper, don't we? Yeah, item dropper. So I'm going to instantiate a child scene of that item dropper.
Oh my god, there's so much add. Oh my god.
Item dropper work. It needs an item data.
We have an item dropper, yeah, we have. Dark bosses. Item dropper. We need an item data.
So
Okay, save. So quick load magical flute.
let's load one of those and let's get the magical flute in there. Okay, how's the item dropper work? Let's refresh ourselves. It has dropped, blah, 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 blah. Okay, drop item. Okay, so we can just call this drop item function. So let's go to our Dark Wizard boss. And to drop the magical flute, I'm just going to get this item dropper.
Dark Wizard. So when he's defeat, can I create timer defeat? Enable hitbox. Drop items And here I'm gonna put the item dropper. And
call drop item. Right? So for the sake of testing, let's select our Dark Wizard boss. I'm going to give him hit points of 1, and I'm going to run this scene by pressing F6, and let's kill the wizard. And after the animation, it played the sound, but I don't see the item. I think it's because of the location. Let's check this out. Where is our item dropper? It's clear up here. We built this so that it even displays, right? This. I think what I'd like to do, let's make it a child of the boss node so that the flute drops where the boss is. And I'm going to set the transform of it to 0, 0. Okay, item drop. Boom. Nice. Let's save that. I'm going to have to go back to my boss script, and this reference is going to be broken because we moved it. So let's just drag this item dropper in there again. Okay, let's run this one more time. So this time he should drop the flute. Let's make it a child of the boss node so that the flute drops where the boss is. And
okay, let me try. Let's do this with some music. All right, let's do it. Alright, let's see. I need to kill him. Yeah, that's right. Oh my god. I need to not die too. Come on. Item have dropped. Wow, the flute! This is the magical lost flute in the cavern. Just need the quest completed. We can wait for the... Oh, this is bug. Can't say anything. Yeah, let me fix this. So what we can do actually is in the script, we can wait to drop it a little bit. So here, yeah. Like here. Let's save again. Let's put the boss with no life. Like 1 life. Alright, let's go. Okay, let's go. I just need to pass one face. We can actually wait between the seconds and to pop it. Would be better, I think. So like this. Like here. Instead of this, actually. Yeah. Okay, let me try. I need to fix this. Okay, see. Nice. Ooh. I have it, bub. I have it. Okay, good.
And I'm going to set the transform of it to 0,
Okay,
0.
let's continue.
Okay. Item drop. Boom. Nice. Let's save that. I'm going to have to go back to my boss script. And this reference is going to be broken because we moved it. So let's just drag this item dropper in there again. Okay, let's run this one more time. So this time he should drop the flute. Oh, goodness. Why, Hino? Is it invisible? Gosh, you guys, so many little things to think about. Yeah, because we're animating the boss node. Okay, bad move. Don't put it as a child of the boss. Let's just put it back in the boss node. Okay, item dropper. It's in the middle. I'm going to just go ahead and put this next to him. Let's do this. See, this is just kind of the nature of making games. This is kind of fun. This is fun to me to actually work through these. If I go back to the script, I'm going to change this again. Oh, no, I still have it under boss node. Hold on. Dark Wizard boss. I want it under the Dark Wizard boss. Because I don't want it under the boss node. Okay, we'll drop the item, but what we can do is maybe we can update the location of the item dropper before we drop the item. Okay. We'll just say .position equals, and then we'll get our boss node position, which I think we have the boss node, right? Yeah, boss node .position. Okay, this should work. Let's go ahead and run this one more time. So he should drop the flute.
There's so much ad. Like YouTube is insane.
Where the boss is equals, and then we'll get our boss node position, which I think we have the boss node, right? Yeah, boss node dot position. Okay, this should work. Let's go ahead and run this one more time. So he should drop the flute. Where the boss is. Nice. Okay, picked up the flute.
Okay, let me try. Let's go. Let's go. I'm almost dead. It crashed. Why? What is code?
But hold on. Dark Wizard boss. I want it under the Dark Wizard boss. Because I don't want it under the boss node. Okay, we'll drop the item. But what we can do is maybe we can update the location of the item dropper before we drop the item. We'll just say dot position equals.
Anyway.
And then we'll get our boss node position, which I think we have the boss node, right? Yeah, boss node dot position. Okay, this should work. Let's go ahead and run this one more time.
Whatever.
So he should drop the flute. Where the boss is. Nice.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Because my way is working. So it's working anyway.
Okay, picked up the flute. Hey, there we go. This is the magical flute that Nero lost in the dungeon. Now the problem is it didn't open the door. Let's go full circle. Let's finish that. So instead of this stuff happening here, what we want to do is let's just make a new
variable for the zone
that we'll call open dungeon. Item pickup. Item pickup has a signal. Because when we look at the Dark Wizard boss, we can, not like on every frame or anything, so it's fine to just do it once. And because we're referencing it directly, we're not going to get autocomplete clues or anything like that. So let's look at the item dropper. Drop collected properly. One thing we didn't do there, though, you notice we didn't advance the quest.
Yeah.
So, but let's just test. Let's just test the game. I want to get to the point where we can. I just want to test each thing in isolation, so that we know that it's working. So I'm going to come in here and get the key to the boss by killing these guys. Okay, so we'll get the key. Okay, nice. We've got the key. You know, we never checked off the find the cave entrance, find the magical flute. We'll do that. We gotta do those things. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna save the game here. And if I go in and open this door now, I should be able to fight the boss. Get the flute. See, right here we need to
oh my god. There's ad every time. Every 5
we
minutes
need
there's
to
an ad.
update our quest there as well, right? But at least we can come out, bump, 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 and then we could go give the flute to Nero. But none of this is working because we haven't done everything right. Okay. So let's just connect a few more things up. But so far, I mean, things are coming together, right? We've got our item drop, goes to our boss when he drops it, and until you pick it up, you can't leave the dungeon. Okay. Let's hook a couple of these things up. So let's first go to our dungeon 01 scene, where we come in.
Doing?
Yeah, okay. And what do we have here that we could use to connect for, you know, the first step of that quest was that we found the dungeon entrance.
Mm-hmm.
So let me look at the level transition.
Ah, this is what I'm looking for.
I think it would be nice to have a signal on these entrances so we know if they entered from here. Okay. So then what we can do on this level transition, see, I'm just adding stuff all over. I think I warned you that we might be doing that. That we found the dungeon entrance.
The step thing.
So let me look at the level transition. I think it would be nice to have a signal on these entrances so we know if they entered from here. Okay. So then what we can do on this level transition, see, I'm just adding stuff all over. I think I warned you that we might be doing that. So when we player entered, load new level, place player, this is what it is. So if this is not the target transition, it does nothing. Otherwise, it puts the player here. So then all we would have to do is just emit that new signal. What was it? Entered from here, dot emit. Okay, cool. Now, in our scene, what we can do is we can let's add one of those quest trigger things. So what do we have? Quest advanced trigger. Okay, so we've got our level transition. We've got our quest advanced trigger. Let's assign the quest that goes in here. It's the recover lost flute. The step is find cave entrance, step 1. And then the signal we want to connect to is this entered from here, right? Remember, we made this.
The recover lost flute, quick load. Okay. Quest step 1.
We could go to the level transition node, entered from here, connect that, and go through that rigmarole. And if you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. I'm going to use this little functionality that we built where I can just provide the signal name. Okay, so let's actually start from scratch and see if this signal works. Sorry, I'm hovering over something there.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty easy to put the signal.
So now when we enter the cave, we should get a quest updated message. Nice.
Yes, I think it's working. That's pretty nice. Let me try. So like it's like step 1, step 2. It's pretty awesome. That's what I was looking for. Okay, nice. So my quest is empty. Yo. I will. Quest recover the lost magical flute. Find the cave entrance. Alright, let's go. Recover the last magical flute. Find the cave entrance. It said quest complete. No, quest update. Right? Just do it one time, right? No, you're doing 2 times. Quest. Find the cave entrance. Wow. It's actually working. It's just it update 2 times.
Find the cave entrance, and that's only gonna. It's gonna fire every time. So let's just do this. Let's add a quest activated switch. I'm going to make the advanced trigger a child of the switch, and then the switch, I'm going to say on current.
Oh my god. So how it works is you put a signal, you emit, and GG. And you select the step. Okay. So 1 second.
Turn over something there. Okay. So now when we enter the cave, we should get a quest updated message. So let's just do this. Let's add a quest activated switch.
Oh my god, it bugs so much, man.
I'm going to make the advanced.
Are you joking? Bug again. I can see it. Switch. There we go. Finally.
Let's trigger a child of the switch, and then the switch, I'm going to say on current step, let's load our recover lost flute.
Oh,
okay, so if we're on the find cave entrance step, then this will be there, otherwise it won't. I think this will work, except that this is no longer step. Let's load our recover lost flute. Okay, so if we're on the find cave entrance step, then this will be there, otherwise it won't. I think this will work.
Wait.
Except that this should get a quest activated
How do you
switch.
do that?
I'm going to make the advanced trigger a child of the switch, and then the switch, I'm going to say on current step. Let's load our recover lost flute.
Step 1.
Okay, so if we're on the find cave entrance step, then this will be there, otherwise it won't. I think this will work. Except that this is no longer going to be able to connect. So I'm going to actually have to clear this signal name. I'm going to have to go the old-fashioned way. I'm going to go to the level transition, entered from here, connect, and then let's pick our quest advanced trigger, pick a function, and we'll say advanced quest. Okay. Connect. So now that one's connected. And just make sure we've got the advanced quest. That's the right.
No. Wait, what he did?
Going to be able to connect. So I'm going to actually have to clear this signal name. I'm going to have to go the old-fashioned way. I'm going to go to the level transition, entered from here, connect, and then let's pick our quest advanced trigger, pick a function, and we'll say.
Okay. 1 second. Disconnect. So transition, connect, quest, advanced trigger, pick, advanced quest, connect. Okay.
The advanced quest. Okay. Connect. So now that one's connected. And just make sure we've got the advanced quest. That's the right function, right? Because that's what we want to do. But now they should only fire once. Let's run the game again and see if that works.
Let me see.
Okay, quest. We need to find the cave entrance. We should kill a goblin. There we go. Okay, quest.
Okay, let me try. It's so strange the way he's making this. He should do like everything in the save file, you know? Whatever. Cover the last magical fruit. Recover as you find the cave entrance quest updates. Okay. Nope, doesn't work.
We have found the cave entrance, so we're no longer on that step. Ah, dang it.
Doesn't work.
It's still fired off.
Jesus Christ.
No, I probably have to change this quest activated switch, right? It needs to be remove when activated. And we'll do this free on remove. So it's not gonna go. Okay.
Why did he...
Let's run that again. It's important to test these things and understand how they work, I guess. Okay.
I will let him test it so I don't have to do everything.
One more time. Kill a goblin. Check our quest. Okay, quest step 1 of 3 complete.
Doesn't work.
That pains me so. Okay.
He should not do this like this. He should... Let me tell you what he should do. He should put this in a persistent value and just read it. That's it. Whatever.
On current quest step, the step that we're checking is quest step 1. You know, I realize it's because I'm doing the wrong kind of check here. I should check if the quest step is complete and then remove it. And I'm going to check both of those again when step 1 is complete. So the problem is, you know, when we're nesting these two quest things, it seems like this quest advance trigger is it's playing first, or it's running its script first. So here's what we're going to do. Because the quest activated script should always take precedence, I think we can just go into this code here. And in the advanced quest, let's just do an await. Then we're going to say get tree. And we'll say process frame. Okay. So this will make this advanced quest wait a frame. That should give the quest activated a chance to remove it, I think. Let's go ahead and test this one more time.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay, so we've got the quest. Find cave entrance has not yet been completed. Okay, there we go. So we entered the cave, said we found it. Now the find cave entrance has been completed. So if I leave and come back, there we go. Nothing happened.
Okay, let me test this. So it looks like it's working for him, but let me test. Let me see this. Give me my quest, bro. Recovered magical flute. 03. Find the cave entrance. If I talk to him again, said thank you. Get my flute, Thomas. So, quest update. Find the cave entrance. Okay, it's working. But okay, that's strange. I don't like the way it works.
So I'm gonna go ahead and let's get this. Now that we've got the quest working properly up to this point,
He's gonna save.
I'm gonna come in here and get the key and then save the game again, so that we'll be at that point. We can test.
Yeah, good idea. Let's do it again. Good idea. quest, dude. Quest started. Recover the last magical flute. Find the cave entrance. Step done. Okay. Let me get the key. So I'm gonna save here. Okay, let me try to load this. Now I have the keys. Well, you know what? Can I save like this? Well, let's go do the whole thing because
From that point on. Ouchie. Okay. Got the key. Now we're ready to go fight the boss.
because his bus is closed, mine have to be a couple steps. I'm gonna save like just when the door is open. And I'm gonna hope it's gonna work. Quest. Find a magical lost flute. Let's see here. Kill these guys because piss me off. Okay, so let's check the inventory, the quest, everything, and now let's save this. Save. Is this gonna work? Yeah, it's working. Great. What about the quest? Quest is working. Okay, let me try to reload the zone. See if it's gonna bug or whatever. Nope, it's working. What about the guys down here? Let me test everything. Yeah, it's working. Okay, let me go to quit. Let me try to load completely. And let's see. I'm gonna load the game. Nice. Look at this. And the quest. Everything work. So good. Oh my god.
Let's save our game.
Yeah.
And let's go ahead and just test this. Let's run it and load the game. And let's make sure that this doesn't fire again.
Everything
Just be extra
works.
careful.
I test everything,
cool.
Michael.
Everything's working good. Everything's working good. So next is what? We got to fight the boss. And then the boss needs a quest advance trigger as well. So let's come into our boss scene again.
How we do that?
And under the Dark Wizard boss, I'm going to add an advance trigger. And this one is going to obviously advance the Lost Flute quest.
Wait. So, boss, dark... No. Yeah, in the Dark Wizard trigger. Quest, advance, trigger. So, recover the Lost Flute.
To find the magical flute.
Okay.
Right? So the trigger for this one, let's look at our Dark Wizard boss. Signals again. What signals do we have? We need a... You know what we should do? We should make this a child of the item dropper, because the item dropper, we just did this. It has this drop collected signal. Okay, so then once the drop is collected, we can do that. That'll advance our quest.
Drop collected.
Let's go ahead and run our game and let's test the boss one more time and see if we can advance it. So load the game. And let's open this door and go fight the boss, who should still have 1 hit point. So we'll just boomerang him to death. Okay. Door's closed. Quest updated. Recover lost magical flute. Find the magical flute. Okay. So now if we look at...
Okay, let me test this. Oh no, I lose my save file. I think I lost my save file. Let me try it, but I think I lost it. God damn, I lost the save. Alright, let me try anyway. Next time, I have to load it. Doesn't work because I'm stupid and I need to redo everything. God damn it, dude. Alright, let's do the whole thing again. Sorry, but that was dumb. That was very dumb. Let's go again. Jesus Christ. Alright. It's cool because it's getting somewhere, you know. Like I've now a quest with stuff. Can put stuff together. It's getting slowly like a real game, and it's nice. It's very nice. Now we can save and kill these guys. Okay, quest. There we go. Now I can save. we load. Just normally. And let's go. Nothing. Cannot work. It doesn't work, but did I put the signal? Drop collected? He put a signal? Maybe I didn't.
Let's go ahead and run our game and let's test the boss woman.
Actually, he put a signal. I don't have this signal. I don't have this signal. And where did he pop that? Where the emit is that? I mean, he never put the signal, right? Try this. I feel he skipped a step or something. Whatever. Let me try this. Oh my god, it auto-saves something. Well, at least I have the quest and everything. Why it's saving there? Probably when I grab the item, right? That's probably what's going on. Nothing after all. Huh? What I did wrong? Because I'm not step 2. Oh no. So why my game is saving? Oh. Drop item, point emit. Drop collected. It's drop collected. Oops. I don't know what I did, but yeah, this is wrong. Yeah, drop collected point emit. Wait, I did it actually. Drop collected point emit. And drop collected single name. And it's linked to drop collected. Ugh. So why it didn't work? I have to redo the whole thing. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. That's bullshit. That's the last time I'm doing it like this, because this isn't gonna test it. It's because my thing is saving. It's because my thing is saving when I load a map or something, so you know, everything is saving in my game. That's why. Maybe I could just open the door or something. It's very annoying. That's why I will not do that like this. If I was Michael, I would just do a persistent save and not using single at all. Not at all. What? It's cool actually, the way he did it is nice, it's just not do it that way. Alright, now we got it. Booyah. Let's hope. Nothing. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't work. So why if it's working for him, like one shot?
To find the magical flute, right? By the boss, who should still have 1 hit point. So let me go ahead and save the game. There's a little bug there. The inventory is not full. For this one, let's advance trigger. And this one is going to obviously advance the Lost Flute quest.
Did I put the flute flute quest?
Find the magical flute. Right? So the trigger for this one, let's look at our Dark Wizard boss. Signals again. What signals do we have? We need a...
You have no signals.
You know what we should do? We should make this a child of the item dropper, because the item dropper, we just did this. It has this drop collected signal. Okay, so then once the drop is collected,
the item dropper have the signal. Oh, not the bus. Oops. Oh, I didn't know. My bad. Ah. Drop collected.
we can do that. That'll advance our quest. Let's go ahead and run our game and let's test the boss one more time and see if we can advance it. So load the game and let's open this door and go find the boss, who should still have 1 hit point.
Okay, let me test with a quick test. But where this thing is emit? That's why I'm not sure. You have to emit it. No, I won't have the sign though. Yeah, you have to emit it. Okay, you're not gonna do anything. Where is the... Let me... What's this? The name of the script? Item dropper script. Where is the item dropper script? Drop collected. Yeah, I found it. So basically, it's when you grab, when you on the ground pick up, unpick up. Yeah, that's it. Now it should work. Now it should work. All right, so let's go. Let's try it. Damn, I'm learning a lot today. Quit. Now let's see. Let's see again. I think I disconnect from a lot of places. I'm still connected. There we go. Night work. Okay, it's working. Alright, it's working. So what next?
So just boomerang him to death. Okay. Doors
What
closed.
next?
Quest updated. Recover lost magical flute. Find the magical flute. Okay. So now if we look at our quests as well, there's a little bug there. The inventory is not focusing. I need to figure that out. Find the magical flute is now completed. I'm going to go ahead and save the game. And I'm curious, if we load the game, the door should be open, entering it, no boss. Okay, cool. That's all working good. I'm gonna try leaving. Okay, good. No beep there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and just save the game right before we talk to Nero, because this is where we got to complete the quest, and then we've come full circle with it. So let me go ahead and save the game here, because right now, obviously, if I talk to him, he doesn't know that we have the flute. Okay. So let's come in here. Let's go back to that level, I guess. We can add an advance trigger.
Wait, he's going
Wow,
to
you
wait.
found my flute. And then he'll say something about the reward, right? Like, it's not much, but here's a reward. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Now, if you recall, I guess not our dialogue text, but our dialogue interaction node, it has some signals: player interacted and finished. So we can add an advance trigger underneath this dialogue interaction. And what this can do is it can dialogue text, but our dialogue interaction
Add
node,
what?
it has some signals: player interacted and finished. So we can add an advance trigger.
Wait a minute.
So that it will go away. Now,
Wait a minute.
so that it will go away. Now, also, because we've got this other dialogue interaction, we kind of...
Let me check. So you have one like this. You have one open like this, one like this, one like this, one like this, one like this. Okay, I have the exact same window as you have. So what he's doing?
We kind of need to duplicate this quest activated switch. This quest. Now, also, because we've got this other dialogue interaction, we kind of need to...
So this one here, no, this one. Okay.
We kind of need to duplicate this quest activate.
Wait, so he open, huh? Wait, he duplicate?
No.
He duplicate
So that
this?
it will go away. Now, also, because we've got this other dialogue interaction, we kind of need to... We kind of need to duplicate this.
Okay, so he duplicate this. And what do you do with it?
Quest activated switch.
And he put it like here. Okay.
Delete the children.
Delete the children. Okay.
And we need to nest this.
We need to put this in there. I hope he's know what he's doing. Eh?
This node underneath it, right? Okay, so we've got the dialogue where he says, you know, I've lost it. And what we'll do is we'll just inverse the logic. So this one, if we're on the step to return the magical flute to Nero, we'll do this dialogue. If not, if we have the quest, but we don't yet have the flute, then we'll do this one. So we'll just say, we can say.
So quest, activate.
Remove when
okay.
activated. So this will remove when we're on this step. Okay. And then likewise, guys, this whole thing we need to wrap in one more activated switch.
Yeah, just to make it more confusing, let's add another. That's very great idea. Very great idea. Quest activated switch.
Now this activated switch will just say quest complete, and then we will say, we'll check these to remove it.
Okay.
So once the quest is complete, it'll all be done. Okay. Now, let me just run this and make sure that the first set of interactions works. Oh, and we have an error. Where's our error? Quest activated switch. Okay, well there's a bug. Because we're trying to remove this sprite, and it looks like we're removing this thing, we're Q-freeing it right away, then this isn't going to happen, I guess, is the error, right? Because it gets removed, like things are getting removed out of order. So I guess we could say, maybe we can say if sprite 2D. I don't know. I hope this will fix it. I hope this is a nice, easy fix. And let's run the game again.
Nice and easy fix. Yeah.
Okay, that's working good. Okay, so let's just try talking to him real quick and make sure that the first thing works, although I got another node not found, sprite 2D. Oh, you know what? We've got this here in the activated switch. It's also inside of our...
oh my god.